we're already starting to some of the reporting items for the University of Wyoming. So, Provost, come on up. We're glad to have you. Green, now you're good.
Don't touch it again. Okay.
You win.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. The next item on the agenda is listed as prerequisites for incoming students. We're assuming that this refers to the response to the footnote 9. Is that an accurate assumption? So we have submitted a report for your consideration, and I will briefly give you an overview of what that report contains. Largely, the footnote asks questions about our general education at the University of Wyoming. All universities and colleges across the country have some type of general education. We refer to ours as the University Studies Program, or USP, and this program outlines skills that are necessary for participation in a technologically, politically, and culturally complicated world. It includes 6 major areas of emphasis, and there are, if I refer to you to Appendix A of the report, that lists all the courses that can be taken to satisfy the USP requirements. There's approximately 360 courses in total. The breakdown is as follows. We require 9 credits of communication, 6 credit hours of human culture, 6 credits of physical and natural world, 3 credits for quantitative reasoning, that's math basically. Then there's U.S. and Wyoming government requirement, what we call our V course, and then a first-year seminar, which is a 3-credit course as well that helps develop critical thinking. Again, we're required by our accrediting body, the Higher Learning Commission, to have a general education program. They don't specify exactly what is in the program, but one that suits the mission of our university. The HLC, for your reference, is one of 6 regional higher education accreditors in the U.S., and universities across the country have accrediting bodies that oversee their curricula and other aspects of the university. So the just again for your reference, the University of Wyoming University Studies Program was established in 1991. It originally had 42 credits. It was updated in 2015, and we now have a requirement for 30 hours if you were following along in the numbers for those 6 areas that I just described. And we are currently in the process of updating the USP, again, what we're calling the USP Next Generation, and there's a university committee that's engaged with that issue now. I'll also point out that this isn't just a higher learning commissioning requirement, that essentially all of the accredited programs that we have at the university have a requirement for a general education program. I mentioned, for example, ABET is the program that certifies that the credits are engineering programs, has a requirement for a general education program to make sure that our graduates have a well-rounded education. Now, there were some specific requests in footnote 9 that I will address here briefly, and then be happy to take any additional questions that you might have. There was a comment about the general education or other requirements for students seeking non-liberal arts degrees, and requirements to take courses or other general education courses outside of the student's major. So I will point out that that all students are required to fill the USP. That can be accomplished in various ways. So I'll give you one example. Virtually all of our science, health, and engineering degree programs require chemistry as one of the classes that they must take. So General Chemistry 1 counts toward both the major requirement and also toward the physical and natural world USP requirements. So there are many opportunities for students to sort of, if you will, kill 2 birds with 1 stone, fulfill a USP requirement while also fulfilling a major requirement. There's, yes, please.
If I may ask a question. with the specific example that you just give, that engineering would fulfill one of those, but it takes 30 hours to fill that USP for that degree, what other programs would they have to take under that scenario or could take?
So they could take, for example, physics would be another class that would fulfill the physical and natural world. Engineering students, as I'm sure you know, take a lot of math classes, and so they, by default, this quantitative reasoning class is one that they fulfill when they take calculus, for example, so that would be satisfied. And yet another example would be the communication requirements, essentially 3 classes. Essentially all students are required to take freshman English, essentially. It's a composition class, but most of the majors have classes within their degree programs that are specifically designed to teach communication within their discipline. So those other 2 communication classes would essentially fulfill requirements within their degree program as well.
So, Mr. Chairman, and I think you have it here, but so as I understand there in Table 1, that they have these, but they have to take 9 hours of communication, 6 hours of human culture, 6 hours of physical natural world, quantitative reasoning, Wyoming. So it does break it. It's not like they just get a list of 30 hours and here's a list. There is other requirements that then are required that they have to take a certain number within these other subcategories. Is that the way I read it?
No, Mr. Chairman, excuse me, Senator Hicks. This is USP. That's as is described. That has to, those requirements have to be met, and again, they can be met by courses that are in their major, or in many cases, some courses. For example, the U.S. Wyoming government class. That's clearly not a class that's necessarily an engineering class, but it's required of all students at the university. But beyond this core curriculum, they're not required to take other classes except for those that meet the needs for their major. So there are requirements within each major, and often there are electives within those requirements. You have to take a certain number of credits to satisfy within that discipline in order to satisfy the requirements for that major.
So, Mr. Chairman, now I'm really confused. If you can help me out, Provost Carmen. So when I look at the handout that you have under Table 1, it says University USP 2015 by category and credit hours required. So they're required to take 9 hours in some form or fashion under the communications curriculum. Is this incorrect, or did I misunderstand you? That this is to get to the 30 hours, it specifies within those groups that they have to take 9 hours out of that communication, 6 in human culture, or is that not correct?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, that is correct. And again, there are many classes that they can take to satisfy those requirements. If you look at Appendix B, it lists the 360 courses, and within those courses, there's an indication of each of those courses of what USP requirement that they could fill. So there are many different classes that they can take to meet those, and again, many of those also satisfy a major requirement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Carmen.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
just a real quick question while we're on there. So I'm back on attachment B, and the first column is category, and I can't find a table that tells me what the category stands for. The rest of it seems relatively straightforward, but what does the category represent? C1, C2, so forth?
Those are, Mr. Chairman, Senator Kensky, those represent the there are three levels of communication classes: Communication 1, Communication 2, and Communication 3. So Communication 1 is essentially freshman English, and essentially all students take that. But you see that there are many classes that can be satisfy the second and third communication classes, and many of those, again, are within the majors that the students are pursuing. Is that helpful?
And Mr. Chairman, so then on page 9, there's a category called H. Is that does that correspond to the human culture requirement?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kensky, yes.
Okay, and then just a little bit further on, it has the outline of the specifically of the University Studies program, human culture. this says 9 credits required. The table on page 2 says 6 credits required. I'm just curious what the
What,
difference is
Mr. Chairman, what page is that on again, sir?
there. After attachment B, you have attachment C, which says University Studies Program, Human Culture, 9 credits required.
That is a mistake, Mr. Chairman. My apologies.
Okay, so it's
Six.
6 rather than 9? or
Six,
not?
yes.
This is why I missed that last credit on the.
We'll waive that for you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Sorry, apologize for that mistake.
Thank you. Other questions? All right, continue.
That actually, Mr. Chairman, concludes my report, and happy to take any additional questions you
Sure.
might have.
Any other, go ahead, Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is regarding the drug and alcohol requirement that could bump you from registration. And so I'm just going to read you. I had a constituent who did not want to take those classes. I mean, as parents, we're raising adults, right, to go out into the world, and these classes can be a little bit disrespectful. They take it as a bit of disrespect when they're adults entering the world. And so this particular person did not want to take those classes. It had nothing to do with their degree. And so they requested that they could still register for college. And here's the response that they were given. Because I see in your document, they can request that and the dean could make an exception. This is the response from UW staff. Hello, I'm sorry to hear that this is such a distressing process for you. Risky drinking patterns and sexual assaults have long since been a problem for students at UW. Thus, multiple entities within UW, including the Dean of Students, are in favor of educating students about safe alcohol and sexual practices. You are more than welcome to take your complaints to the Dean of Students and the President, or simply transfer to another school. However, your registration bump will not be removed until you complete the alcohol EDU and Haven protocols. Please let me know if you have any questions. So I'm bringing that up, and I think we've had a few of these conversations privately. For a publicly funded university, I think that's a pretty flippant response to a student that is very concerned about their education, has worked very hard to be at the University of Wyoming. And so I guess what would your response to that be?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Steinmetz, thank you for sharing that. I would characterize that as the most unfortunate response, and one that I think would not be typical and hope would not be typical. I certainly will look into this. There may be some additional context and history to the communications that might influence some of that. I don't know. I haven't seen that email chain. We are required to be in compliance with Title IX to have training on sexual assault and drug and alcohol use, and so it isn't something that we implement arbitrarily, but certainly we wouldn't. I would not condone that type of communication with students.
And so, Mr. Chairman, a follow-up? Is that required to, bump their registration? Does the title require that?
Students, Mr. Chairman, Senator, the students are not required to have the training in order to register for classes. If at some point they have not taken, when we get close to the beginning of the semester, if they have not completed those trainings, then it is possible that they could be bumped from registration, as we are required to have students complete these trainings. However, having said that, we are committed to working with students individually. If there are unique circumstances, we do our best to work with them to try to find a solution. But again, we are required to do these trainings for students.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Mr. Vice President.
just to follow up on that, Provost, so when I look at the write-up here, get to page 2, and it talks about USP, and then it goes on, it says academic advisors work very closely with students to assist them in choosing the USP courses that best meet their interest and professional aspirations. So what kind of, is there a standardized program for the academic advisors on, how they go about working with the students, so we don't get these type of responses back to students? So what are the protocols or procedures in place to make sure that we have a uniform delivery of providing that service to those students?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, while I can see why this could be a little bit confusing, the academic advising is separate from the issue that Senator Steinmetz raised as far as these trainings for harassment and alcohol. That's something that's done through the Dean of Students Office. The academic advising is done, each of the colleges and schools have their own professional academic advisors. There's also a central pool we call ACEs of advisors that advise students coming in who are undecided in their major. But each of those, they are truly professional academic advisors and specifically trained to guide students within each of their majors and help them find a set of courses that best serves the major and their personal career interests. So this is something we take very seriously.
So, Mr. Chairman, I probably should have precluded my question with, I've got several anecdotal stories very similar to Senator Steinmetz, that when they went to their academic advisors, they were strongly recommended or told they have to take certain classes within certain college, even against their objections. And so that's predicates, the reason that I asked that question is maybe it's not the exact same type of circumstances, but I've had these same things brought to me by people that are actively trying to get their degrees, and said, well, I was told that I have to take a class within a specific college, or I have to take this class. And then when there was a little pushback, they were discouraged and said, well, can't make you, but it's highly recommended. But it took pretty strenuous efforts to try to get to the point that they weren't absolutely had to take certain classes under the university studies program. And so that's a concern. Mr. Chairman, I'll just leave it at that. Provost, I do have a couple questions associated with when we get to the HLC criteria to certify the USP program, and specifically under criteria 1C, it says and do you have a copy of that
Yes.
with you? So if we look at criteria 1C,
I'm sorry, they can't hear you. You gotta pull that mic up.
all right. So when we look at criteria 1C, it says the institution provides opportunities for civic engagement in a diverse, multicultural society and globally connected world as appropriate within the mission and the constituencies it serves. So my question, Mr. Provost, is in your position at the university, who is the constituency that you serve?
Mr. Chairman, the constituents who we serve are our students, and those students primarily come from the state of Wyoming. So that's who we serve.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, I've got another question on the criteria. If we go down to 2C, it talks about criteria 3B, number 2, if you can just provide me a little edification on that, where it refers to the general education as grounded in philosophy or framework developed by the institution or adopted from an established framework. Where can I find what that philosophy of the institution is, or what established framework was adopted for the USP program at the University of Wyoming?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, I believe that probably would be best reflected in our mission and vision statement and strategic plan. And again, we're in the process now of updating our strategic plan.
Okay. And so that was something this was an institution adopted framework then? It wasn't something that was adopted as a general framework. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, yes, that's correct. The Higher Learning Commission does not get into the details of the specifics of the curriculum or of what the mission of the university is. They just look to see that those attributes are reflected and articulated in some fashion by the university.
So, Mr. Chairman, just kind of a one follow-up. It's a two-part question here, but when we get to the professional program accreditation, if you go to that page and then under that first paragraph, it says many UW degree programs with discipline-specific accreditation bodies also require a general education curricular component. And then it goes on and talks about the incentives, disincentives for extra major courses. And this is really what I wanted to focus on, because what's been reported to me from a number of individuals that depending on your degree program, you may end up having to take more hours at the University of Wyoming because of the USP requirement put on by certain colleges versus somebody in a different college. And so who makes the determination of what additional USP requirements, the general education, on top of an existing degree? And the example they give here is applied or natural sciences, computing, engineering, and engineering technology. Then there's this other USP on top of that. And what's been portrayed to me is because of that, if you go into one of those fields, you're probably going to end up having to take more credit hours at the university than if you were in another college. And that gets into the second part of that is how many students, how do they benefit by incorporating into their major programs? But is that an accurate or an inaccurate characterization that if I'm an engineering student and then we put 30 hours of USP on top of that to actually graduate, that I'm going to have to take more hours than somebody that, let's say, was in a gender studies program because there's no requirement for them to take engineering or a natural resource or a science program? Is that accurate or not?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, yes, it is true that most of our engineering programs require more in total than the standard of 120 credits that we aspire to. That has a lot to do with the ABET requirements and accreditation. We have the Dean of Engineering here with us if you'd like further elaboration from him. But yes, it is true that the engineering programs typically take more credits than, say, a history major, for example.
So, Mr. Chairman, and just for accuracy, under that scenario, then it costs more to get an engineering degree than it does one in, say, one of the other colleges that don't have these additional requirements.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, that would be accurate, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions on this topic? Go ahead, Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just wondering, what does it cost per credit hour? If that was in the report, I missed that somewhere because it showed that they had to have 30 extra credit hours in the UW studies. What does that credit hour cost?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Steinmetz, again, the 30 credit hours are part of that's the USP component, part of the whole requirement. It is typically 120 hours. Again, in engineering majors, it may be more. For all students, for all classes in the state of Wyoming, for Wyoming residents, the per credit hour cost is $154.
Okay, thank you. And then, Mr. Chairman, with the follow-up, I did just want to, and I want to preface this by saying that some of these topics are not things any of us really want to talk about, but I feel in fairness to my constituency and something that is at the top of their minds as we deal with so many issues society has placed upon us is the gender studies program at the University of Wyoming. And as you know, I ran a budget footnote to that regard this year, and there are a lot of folks that are a bit disenfranchised with that program. And I'm noticing that as I was looking on their website now, they have a statement put up about standing firm against attacks from the legislature. I'd like to read that for you and then ask you, if this is common practice for the University of Wyoming to put on their website that is funded by public funds. And it says the Gender and Women's Studies program is currently fighting against a budget amendment in the Wyoming State Legislature that intends to defund gender studies. Not only does this threaten our program's existence, effectively removing courses on women's histories and cultural production courses with LGBTQIA+ and gender non-binary content, but it would drastically impact all of our partner programs in the School of Culture, Gender, and Social Justice and throughout UW. This attack on gender studies is part of a growing ideological movement towards censorship, and we firmly resist these efforts. Such legislative overreach into course curricula would set a very dangerous precedent. This is an attack on academic freedom, and it undermines our democracy and may also violate national accreditation standards. Is this standard protocol when the legislature acts to start putting this all over the website for a class?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Steinmetz, I would say that there's not a protocol per se, but this was, that was drafted by the leadership of the program. I will say without hesitation that I'm very proud of our gender studies program and the faculty and the students associated with that. So I respect their right to make this type of a statement.
Okay, well, and then a follow-up, I guess I would just ask how much consideration is given to, because I noticed that in one of your statements that the university wants to be true to its Wyoming roots. And so the public is a part of that, and all the parents that are sending their students to this institution are a part of that. And so I can tell you from experience over the weekend and getting out campaigning again, as we all do, that the citizens of this state are, they're not happy with having a discussion about men playing in women's sports and having the idea that they can decide what gender they are and invade women's sports in Title IX. And I can tell you that there are a lot of folks that are upset about all those things. So I'd like to know what voice they're given in all of this process, and what we're supposed to do about this. It's kind of almost like calling them names on this statement here. So could you respond to that?
Mr. Chairman. Senator Steinmetz, I think it's fair to say that there is a variety of opinions on this issue. Nobody at the university is required to take any course in gender studies or anything related to that. It's there, it's available to them if they want to. And I'm quite confident that there are people who feel otherwise than what you've expressed from your constituents, but I respect that there are different points of view on this.
Mr. Chairman, this would be my last question.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, well, so, abortion is also a very controversial issue. And the reason that public funds are not allowed to be used for abortions on health insurance at the University of Wyoming is because several people in our community don't support that. So can you tell me why public funds should be used to support this if there is a vast constituency that doesn't support it?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Steinmetz, you heard President Seidel speak earlier today that we are the only university in the state. We are the land-grant university. We are the flagship university. We need to provide a broad educational opportunity for the citizens of Wyoming and all of the students who come to the university. And so that may include some topics that are controversial for some people. That is part of what a university should be about, is willing to take on these challenging and sometimes controversial topics and speak about them openly and be willing to learn. So I will leave it at that.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Vice President.
just to follow up back to one of my earlier questions. Just a follow-up to one of my earlier questions, and it regarded the HLC criteria. I think it's back to that it's appropriate within the mission and the constituents it serves. And we've had the discussion, it's a land-grant university. It's not the students' university and it's not the faculty's university. It's the University of Wyoming. So it's not just those constituencies. It's the whole state is your constituency. I just want to correct that for the record. But what I would like to say is this ties right into what I think Senator Steinmetz is saying. It is the University of Wyoming. It belongs to all the people of the state of Wyoming. And quite frankly, the legislature, in particular, a few of us here, don't like to be accused of censorship when we try to have an open debate about topics that are important to the constituents of the state of Wyoming. And we can have that discussion, but we shouldn't be accused of trying to censor something from our state university when we have a significant number of constituents that are concerned about this. And so let's have an open dialogue. Let's have it out in public. Let's don't start with the legislature or individual of the legislature trying to censor the university, because it belongs to all the people of the state of Wyoming, period. That is your constituency, Mr. Provost. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I'll start, I'm a little perplexed by this conversation based on the conversations we had during session on the Joint Conference Committee on this particular amendment that's been referenced. I did not think this was where this conversation would be going, and I'm very disappointed in where this conversation is going, focusing on the gender studies. But I have to add, I keep hearing this reference that the university needs to represent all of the people of Wyoming. And I'm not sure anybody on this committee is capable of speaking of what all the people of Wyoming view the role of the university is. And I don't think this is an appropriate conversation for this committee at this time. And I just wanted to register my discomfort and dislike of where we're headed at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? All right. Let's go on to, if we're finished with that topic, let's go on to the next topic, which is, I think we're talking about, and just before we leave that topic and back just the prerequisites in general, I mean, one of the things that I did have a couple questions I wanted to ask about that. I know that in some professions that they require a certain number of hours in a particular area as part of what you have to have in order to apply for licensure. For example, I think, I'm not sure if the University of Wyoming does it, but I know that there are universities, say in accounting, which I have some familiarity with, you've got to have, I think, 100, I can't remember if it's 120 or 140 hours, or excuse me, 40 hours, I can't remember. Anyway, you have to have like 40 hours of, I believe, accounting effort of classes before you actually can even apply to take the CPA exam. And I don't know if it's that way with engineering or not, but I'm wondering, in some respects, it doesn't make a lot of sense to graduate someone with a degree in accounting who isn't able to sit for the CPA exam almost immediately. So I'm wondering, does that play a role in part of those requirements? And in some cases, if you have no intention of being a CPA, or you have no intention of using your major to actually gain the professional license, I'm just wondering what the thoughts are about requiring those at the undergraduate level. It's a question. I don't have a preconceived answer. I'm just wondering if that's an answer to maybe why some programs require essentially more hours than the 120 to effectively. I guess you can apply to graduate any time. You're just not necessarily going to get a degree in that particular field.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question. It varies broadly with discipline. As you know, accounting is different from nursing, is different from engineering, is different from education, and each of those have their own accrediting bodies that have their specific set of requirements. Many of them involve licensure, and some involve being qualified to sit for the CPA and having the appropriate coursework to allow you to do that. So it varies broadly with discipline. The one common theme that we have, and that I would, as far as I know, every university has, is this core curriculum that provides a set of attributes that all students who graduate from university will be able to communicate well, will be able to have quantitative skills, et cetera. Again, you can fulfill some of those requirements within courses in your major, but we want to make sure that you get those foundational courses so that whatever profession you pursue in life, you will have those basic attributes. So.
Okay, thank you. And I think just at the end of the day, a couple of things that we're just interested. We're trying to make sure that, we're trying to see if there are things that, that have to be done for graduation that basically incur additional expense or additional time on behalf of students that aren't necessarily reflected, so that they're not, it's not something that you would read in order to graduate. You have to have, you can go in the catalog, you can find that you've got to do these things, but then when you get in, that you find out there's been policy or other considerations that the university, other requirements that are imposed by the university that either lengthen the stay and thereby lengthen the cost, or require, otherwise impose that additional financial burden on families educating their kids. And so, while we've talked about some specific things in accreditation and classes and what you're doing, I'm just wondering, I mean, and one of the things we just ask you to do is to keep on your radar. And I think it's things that, any large organization has creeping bureaucracy in it. It just does. And so stuff happens because, well, that's the way we've done it. And oh, here's a good idea. Maybe we should do this too. And so every so often you do have to take a step back and look at what those requirements are, see if they're appropriate. It's exactly why you're working through the University Reorganizations now. You're taking another look at that. And so as you look at that, I think it's appropriate you look at those requirements and what are the actual requirements, and then there's implied or hidden requirements, if you will. It's maybe a bad choice of words, but I think you get, I think hopefully you get my.
Mr. Chairman, I do understand. And in fact, as I mentioned now, we are in the process of reviewing our USP again. We will review it regularly, and one of the mandates to the committee is don't make it more complicated. We might be able to tweak it and modify it, improve it. I think we should always be willing to evolve and grow and mature as an institution. I will add one, if I could, Mr. Chairman, a comment about the creep in price that might occur over time. Certainly, we're constantly updating and revising our curricula and our programs, as we should, to try and keep them modern. But there's a general practice that in higher education, when a student comes into the university, the requirements for that degree that are described when they come into the university are the requirements that they will those requirements will not change for them while they're at the university, even if we update the program. That is, we say it's coming in under that catalog, and so we're not shifting the requirements for students as they go forward toward their degree path. They come in under they get to finish under the same degree requirements that were specified when they entered the institution, even though we may have modified that degree program going forward. I hope that makes some sense. But the goal is to not have happen what you're just describing, is to get to the finish line and say, oh, there's one more class that you added that I now have to take. That's not the way we operate.
Okay, thank you. And then I think that the last thing is I think one of the things, and you've already voiced that, and I just want to make sure that that I think that what is important, that the universities remain an open area for a broad discussion and broad debate. And so people use words like censure, and sometimes people feel they're being censured, but the same, I think it's the open dialogue. We have to not be afraid to, particularly at the university level, to not talk about anything. Traditionally, that is one of the cornerstones of free expression, and where we try things out and where we discuss them is the university setting. And so, regardless of any point of view, we just always, sometimes it becomes distressing. We read in the newspapers and we don't know the backstories. Sometimes what you read that, this person was able to speak on campus, but then this person wasn't able to speak on campus, and things like that. And while there may be maybe good reasons why some of those happen, at the same time, it's important that all points of view be able to be represented on the campus and discussed. And it's becoming harder and harder to have a dialogue and a discussion on issues in our society today because of the polarization that we all see. And universities have to help and be one of the bastions against that by being a place that people can come and have the free expression of ideas and exchange and have conversations, no matter, they may be uncomfortable, they may be fun, they may have very strong and impassioned feelings on each side, but we just have to be able to discuss those. And the university is one of the places there in the public square, those are the places where we do those things.
Mr. Chairman, I couldn't agree more.
So, thank you. Yes, President.
I wanted to say something to that point. I think we all in this room who clearly have different views are completely committed to what you just said. And I would hope that the university continues to be an even stronger forum for open exchange of ideas that may be conflicting, may be confusing, but that's where we can have these kinds of conversations. So we're committed to it.
All right, thank you. I think next we're talking about reorganization plan and particularly with the organization plan and School of Computing, so.
Mr. Chairman, I think I can keep this fairly brief. President Seidel described many of the major elements of the reorganization plan. I thought that I would just give you an update on where we are in this process in terms of the mechanics. The process is very much underway. It's complicated, reorganizing the university in this fashion. There are budgets that need to be moved and lots of internal adjustments that need to be made to make sure that this happens and happens well. But here's where we are right now, or what will be effective as of July 1st is that the Math and Statistics Department has specifically requested to move fully into the College of Engineering and Applied Science.
They've asked for a transfer?
They wanted to be in the college. They actually came to me and said, we want to be in the college, and so, and that was part of the plan, but they were, originally, they were not going to, it wasn't going to happen until 2023, but we facilitated that. Some further details, the Early Childhood Education Center will be moving from the Family and Consumer Science program into the College of Education. Smaller things like American Studies will be merging with the School of Culture, Gender, and Social Justice. The Electrical and Computing Engineering and Computer Sciences departments are merging into a single department that will be called Electrical Engineering and Computer Science. Gentleman to my left here will be the interim head of this new department, and we appreciate his willingness to serve in that fashion. That's Brian Shader. The departments of botany, zoology, and physiology and life faculty came to me a few weeks ago and requested that they begin the process of moving to the College of Agriculture. Again, it was originally designated for next year, July 1 of 23. So this will begin the process. The reporting lines will move to the College of Agriculture. Annual reviews and tenure promotion and those sorts of things will take place in the new college. And in the wake of that, the other departments in the physical sciences, chemistry and geology and geophysics and physics and astronomy have also requested that they begin the process of moving to the College of Engineering and Applied Science. So their reporting lines, tenure and promotion and annual reviews will be in the College of Engineering and Applied Sciences going forward. Effective July 1/23, then the budgets of all of these programs will move to the colleges that I just indicated. There will also be a merger of physics and astronomy with the atmospheric science program that is currently in engineering. As I mentioned, the budgets will be moving. We are in the process of establishing new names for these colleges, and I have some recommendations from the colleges. I don't want to put them on a public record here until we've actually decided for certain what they will be, but there will be new names for the colleges. We see a variety of advantages for this reorganization, including promoting synergisms and complementary disciplines. You've heard about ag and life sciences, for example, ecology, wildlife, fisheries biology being all together in one academic college makes a lot of sense. Having hydrology, geology, and water resource management together in engineering makes a lot of sense to us. Material science is a very interdisciplinary program that's critical to economic development in so many aspects of our lives. It involves chemistry, physics, chemical, and mechanical engineering. And again, they will be under one academic unit. I also would be remiss in saying that, and not just talking about ag and engineering, you heard President Seidel mention earlier today that we are deeply committed to promoting and elevating our programs in humanities, social sciences, and arts. They will be in a new college, and it will be an opportunity to really build upon and celebrate those fundamentally important disciplines. And finally, I'll mention that as part of this reorganization and new programs, it's a great opportunity for the university to promote digital literacy and computation across all disciplines at the university, whether it be art, engineering, or history. Their digital literacy is an important component of a modern professional education. So that's where we are with the program. I'm very pleased that it's moving along well. It's a big lift for the institution, but I think it's going to be good for us.
Okay, thank you. We'll start down here with Representative Schwartz and move this way.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I've been curious, I've been thinking about this reorganization for some time and listening today. And from my perspective, it's fundamentally a top-down. It's the administration, it's the faculties, it's the colleges determining what is the best reorganization for the university. But I don't hear much reference to how that relates to what students are actually pursuing, and judging by what courses they are enrolled in, whether this is consistent with what we see the students actually wanting to do at the university. Appreciate comments on that.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, thank you for the question. The students have actually weighed in on this, the Associated Students of the University of Wyoming, and they're very enthusiastic about the reorganization, and they do see the benefits of having these disciplines better aligned to serve their needs. Having said that, this is going to have, in the short term, relatively little impact on students. That is, a computer science major will still have the same computer science curriculum, even though we're merging two departments. They will still, they're sort of back to your question, we're not moving the rug out from these students. Their degree programs will be there. Going forward, I fully expect to see that these synergisms will begin to be realized, and that we will see new degree programs and opportunities, and perhaps minors and certificate programs for students that come out of these closer affiliations of like-minded programs. But I do want to emphasize, though, that the students are supportive of this.
Follow up, if I may.
You bet.
So will you then be tracking how student enrollment in courses corresponds to the reorganization, so that over time, if there are inconsistencies, discrepancies, you can adjust it?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, absolutely. This is probably our number one priority, is to make sure that there are no unintended consequences for students. So we're working very closely with academic advisors, for example. You heard about those folks before, and making sure that there's appropriate advising for students. Again, at the end of the day, in the short term, this is not about changing degree programs for students. It's about how we're organized as an institution. I do expect to see degree programs evolve over time, but that's a top priority for us, is to make sure the students are well served.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Representative.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Provost, sorry to go back to an old topic we were discussing 20 minutes ago, but I just want to make sure I understand the university's position. Let's imagine I'm a student at the university, but I don't want to go to the or the alcohol training. I don't want to go to the sexual harassment training, and I refuse to do so. Does that mean that I don't get registered for my classes? Is that the university's position?
Mr. Chairman, Representatives, no, it doesn't mean that. It means we will work individually with these students to try and find a resolution that works for them. We are required to offer this, provide this training for students under Title IX of that's a federal compliance. Now, there are different ways that can be accomplished. It doesn't mean that they have to take this particular training, so there are different ways that can be achieved. But we're committed to working individually with students to try and find a solution for that.
Thank you.
When you say you're required to offer does that mean, I interpret that differently than the students are required to take it. I understand being required to offer it, but as a student required to take it under Title IX.
They're required to, Mr. Chairman, excuse me, I probably misstated it. With students, we're required to provide this training to students, and so you can say provided is one thing and then required to take it is another. If we don't have students that are taking the sexual harassment and drug and alcohol training, we will get in trouble with Title IX with the Federal Department of Education. So we need to work very hard to make sure we're in compliance. Now, again, there may be another way for a student to meet that requirement other than to taking the specific training that we offer broadly for students that they can take online at their convenience.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving this way. Representative Simpson, no. Go ahead, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question's on the reorganization and the need to rename the colleges. Just because you've moved a few courses in and out, these are old traditional names for these colleges. Alumni, donors, and others are really accustomed to knowing that these are the names. The College of Arts and Sciences has been on campus for many, many years, and just because some of the science courses have been moved out, a drastic overhaul of that name, I fear, is going to disenfranchise donors. And just because there's been a slight reorganization, I still don't see the need for the renaming of these colleges. So please elaborate on why you feel it's necessary to rename the colleges just because of the slight reorganization.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, I apologize if I misrepresented that. It wasn't my personal opinion that we needed to rename the colleges. We have given them the opportunity, if they would like to recommend a new name, to do so. And that's been very much a process that has been engaged with the faculty and staff and students. There are proposals. We have proposals for new names for all three colleges. The College of Arts and Sciences is proposing to keep the name College of Arts and Sciences. Like I said, I'm not making any announcements on what the new names will be, if any, but this is very much an organic process of if they would like to rename, feel like it's appropriate to rename their colleges, then we're open to that.
All right,
Mr.
thank you.
Chairman.
We're working this way.
All right.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a request maybe on a couple of things and don't need it today, but in our CAT-FIN committee, in speaking with the Treasurer's Office, and they was talking about their accounting positions, they noted the difficulty in finding accountants that understood investment accounting, and that getting people from the university, which is where we'd like them to get, don't come necessarily with that training. So my question and my request is if we could maybe look at that and see if that's indeed accurate, or if you feel that they are equipped with the skills to do investment accounting, and if not, you know, how difficult is that to include in that discipline to do that? That's my first request. If we could just let me know how that works. And then in your public administration components there, and I think that's, I'm assuming that that would be now in the humanities area. Is that right? So if
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, yes, that basically will not be changed. It's still going to be in what is in its current configuration.
So then my second request is to see if you now, as we've put an emphasis or some request to really work with our Native American graduates on, do you have any component of that is dealing with tribal governments and tribal public administration and the uniqueness in working with that? So if you could just get back with me on those chances, I'd be grateful.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I will do the homework and get back to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do you have anything? All right, going this way. Go ahead, Mr. Vice President.
Mr. Chairman, on the reorganization, and looking at the flow chart and stuff, but a couple questions when I look at the timeframes of what I want to focus on, and then what the timeframe, because some of the colleges have already done most of this, some of them are scheduled out. So when do you think we'll have the completed reorganization, and then how does that fit into your current versus your proposed budget? So when was that budget kick in? Is it the next biennium? But so it's a two-part question. The first part is when are we fully scheduled to be implemented with the reorganization? And then when does that budget, the new budget that you're proposing, go into effect?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, thank you for that question. So the actual movement of budgets associated with the reorganization will occur beginning of fiscal year 24, so July 1, 23. We've begun some of the non-budgetary processes, and there's a few exceptions like mathematics will have moved fully, mathematics and statistics will have moved fully to the new College of Engineering on July 1. But so the short answer to your question, the budgetary aspect of this will be solidified for next fiscal year, the fiscal year 24.
Okay. And will be fully implemented in the reorganization at that time.
Mr. Chairman, I would be disingenuous to say it would be fully implemented. It'll be fully implemented as far as anybody watching from outside would say we still have some work to do in how courses are coded and assigned to colleges, and it's kind of an inside baseball issue, but it's just going to take more time to get that fully completed. But for everybody looking outside, the budgets will have moved, and effectively the reorganization will be complete.
And Mr. Chairman, I don't want to play inside baseball, but just if, for my edification, so what is the barrier internally to get all that stuff done? Is it just time itself, or is there other constraints?
We have, Mr. Chairman, it's time. We have Vice Provost Moore here who could explain the details of what all has to be done within the registrar's office and the coding of classes so that they align properly with the new colleges, and it just takes time to do it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Anything else? I guess just goes back to the saying that the only thing people hate more than the way things are is change. So,
Thank you, Mr.
it's the
Chairman.
way it works. All right, so we're continuing on. I think next we're talking about science initiative status and program needs, or was there some, we want to finish up on School of Computing. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, it's my pleasure to give you a brief update on the School of Computing. So after a year of work by faculty and students to design the School of Computing, the trustees approved the School of Computing in their January meeting. I'll just point out two things. The initial thought about a School of Computing for the University of Wyoming arose in the 1999-2004 strategic plan. So it's been a long time coming. We have made moves in those directions, but around hiring faculty that could use the NCAR Wyoming Supercomputing Center. The other thing that I'll point out is the School of Computing administratively will start it started with no personnel. Okay, and it will grow over the next 5 years. And to help with that, the plan is to have it initially incubated within the College of Engineering and Applied Science. And then as it grows, it can establish itself as a separate interdisciplinary center, a school that is serving all the disciplines across the campus. WHIP Phase 1 funding is being used to help jumpstart the School of Computing. And then there are funds from the university's budget to build it out over the next 5 years and to sustain it. Included in that budget is $500,000 per year that it is specifically designated to support the computing components of Tier 1 engineering. And as an interim, soon to be interim head of EECS, Electrical Engineering and Computer Science, I can guarantee you I'm going to be going after that money as quickly as possible for those programs. Sorry, Cam. Some activities to date. First thing we did was we hired 5 graduate students to support them to do computing research projects on things that are of importance to the state of Wyoming. So in particular, an example is one person developed a data workflow that will enable people to use genetics genes to understand bacterial infections of bighorn sheep in Wyoming. We have somebody that's working this summer on K through 12 engagement around computing throughout the state. And we had one person that was trying to use artificial intelligence to improve modeling of oil reservoirs. Another big activity was just hiring personnel. So we hired, as a university, the director for the School of Computing. Hopefully within the next month, we will have office administrator, a director of engagement that is going to be charged with corporate partnerships and helping the faculty as this grows out think of ways that they can work with companies, and they can work with actually developing IP and generating funds from that. And then we hired a postdoc that will be helping support the Wyoming migration research. And then starting in the fall, we've hired 3 graduate assistants, and we've bought some time from faculty to focus on helping us broaden and more intensely use the NCAR Wyoming Supercomputing Center, helping faculty and students get up to speed on artificial intelligence, and helping faculty begin thinking of ways of incorporating computing in non-traditional areas to add value to their students. A third major item that we've been working with the community colleges is to develop applied software engineering curriculum. This would be a 2-year curriculum, Associates of Science degree at the community colleges, that if they wanted to, they can either go out into industry right away, or if they wanted to get a 4-year degree, they could come to UW and get a 4-year degree in applied software engineering. Just quickly, what will we do for the next year? We've got to develop curriculum, and so we'll be putting together a curricular committee. We need to hire faculty. We need to hire research scientists. So the plan is over each of the next 5 years to hire 2 to 3 new faculty research scientists and have them start building out a curriculum. We will support undergraduate computing scholars. Graduate students will bring in visiting scholars to help us build this out. And we're going to heavily work on establishing corporate and agency partnerships. In terms of student programs, and at least to me, this is what it's all about. This is, at the end of the day, this is about students. Academic year 22-23 will be plugging in undergraduates through a computing scholars program and involving them in either UW research projects or with industry partnerships. We'll be using an existing interdisciplinary scientific computing minor to allow undergraduates and graduate students to begin starting to take, I'll say, School of Computing courses, but under that minor until later on we have the full curriculum built out. And then we'll run lots of workshops and seminars. In 23-24, we hope to have minors and certificates in many different areas. There is a proposal for digital humanities minors. There are proposals for minors in petroleum engineering and computing. And then starting fall 24, our plan is to have both a Bachelor of Arts and a Bachelor of Science in computing formally available for Wyoming students. Later on, if the need is demonstrated, we'll work on putting together graduate programs. So I think with that, I'll take any questions if there are.
Degree program or even a minor in these things, you have to have a certain level of instruction and stuff. So is there different faculty that's going to do the instruction, or is the research faculty still going to have some teaching responsibilities with those positions?
As envisioned, the research faculty will have involvement in undergraduate education. It may be in helping supervise projects with a group of undergraduates. It may be a formal class that they teach. So the research scientists will be involved with students, but we might be a little bit more flexible in what that involvement looks like compared to a typical tenure track faculty.
Thank you.
Now I think we're headed to the Science Initiative and programmatic needs. Come on up.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you very much for this opportunity to give you an update on the science initiative. I'm going to address aspects with the physical facility, the new building, and Dr. Lyford will address some key points about the programs. You probably know that the ribbon cutting for
Before
the...
you start, go ahead and identify yourself so we know it on the record.
My name is Gregory K. Brown. I'm a professor at the University of Wyoming. I'm currently the Executive Facilities Director for the new Science Initiative building.
Okay, great, thank you. Continue.
The ribbon cutting for the building was the end of March this year. And what you may not know is that officially yesterday, ownership of the building converted to the University of Wyoming and the warranty period started for a year. And what we have now in Wyoming at the University of Wyoming, thanks to the very generous support of the state, is we're told probably the highest tech, largest building of its kind in the Rocky Mountain region. That in fact boasts two facilities. One is a world-class, literally best research greenhouse facility in North America, and also the country's largest, most sophisticated active learning classroom in the country that Dr. Lyford will talk more about. What I will point out is that completion of this building, which we hope will happen soon because we still have roughly 12% of the 148,000 square feet unfinished. And that was a decision the Board of Trustees wisely made in the design process, but that the building is in fact proving to have exactly the kind of profound change of culture that the Governor's Task Force report hoped that the entire science initiative, building, facilities, improvements, plus programs would have at the University of Wyoming. For instance, we're already, even though the building is now being moved into, we realize that this is a very unique building for the university. It's not assigned to one college or one department. It's truly a University of Wyoming research facility that will support the entire research community, primarily through things like the Center for Advanced Scientific Instrumentation. This is a program to completely renovate and improve the core research facilities at the University of Wyoming, not just for all researchers on campus, all the way from undergraduate to full professor, but also out into the community college system, as well as corporate partners in the state and in the region. And we've already seen this with a very high-tech company, Plenty's already been mentioned. Dr. Lyford and I spent extensive amount of time with Dr. Nate Story, the Director of Research and Development for Plenty, and Dr. Story explicitly is hoping that we can develop the University of Wyoming into the primary data, or I should say, not the primary portal for employees for the Plenty Corporation in terms of research development and so forth. And that is something that we think we can start much sooner rather than later. But the building is changing how we service the core research facilities on campus. It's also changed, along with the programs, how we're educating students at UW. And again, it's a university research facility. We have new faculty that are moving in now that are coming from three of the colleges, currently in the life science areas, but we expect this to expand to other areas like health sciences. Even I anticipate in the future, as we finish out some of the shelled out spaces, that some of these incubator labs could even involve faculty from the College of Business, because we also have a strong push to include an entrepreneurial aspect into our Wyoming Research Scholars Program. And thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions before we move on? All right, thank you. Continue on, Dr. Lyford.
Chairman, members of the committee, thank you. Mark Lyford, Director of the Science Initiative Programs. It's a pleasure to be here, and I could talk for hours about this. Given the time of day, I won't. But we're incredibly enthusiastic about how we're serving our students. And while the building and its opening is prominent right now, Just so you know, the programs that support our students and faculty have been running for about 5 years, and 3 of those programs really that we initiated focus on student success. And that was a key philosophy of the Science Initiative. Yes, we want to transform research on campus, but we're here for our students. We want to transform the experience for our students. I'll highlight 3 of those programs quickly. Wyoming Research Scholars Program engages students in one-on-one mentored research opportunities with our faculty, starting as early as their freshman year. And these truly are transformational experiences for our students. They essentially get a graduate level experience as an undergrad, and that's unique, and that's what Wyoming can do. It's also the sort of experiences students might get at a small private school. We want our students to come here. It's a great recruitment tool, and we're gaining students from Wyoming who might have gone elsewhere. And it's truly an opportunity that it educates our students, not just about research, but gives them the skills to go on and be successful in any other venture of life. Teamwork, critical thinking, problem solving, communication. They learn all these things doing these research experiences and really excel and can stand toe-to-toe with students anywhere in the country. We also have what we call the Learning Actively Mentoring Program. And one of the things we realized is while giving students those research opportunities was transformative, we have so many students that enter in, particularly in our large introductory courses like general biology, chemistry, physics, that we're actually not serving as well as we could because of the way we're teaching. It's clear that engaging students in their learning is the way we need to be teaching, and that's through active learning rather than just lecturing. So Dr. Brown mentioned that we have a new active learning classroom in this building. 204 students can seat in that, cafeteria style. We can't just build that and have faculty come in and figure out how to use that space and teach in this new way. We train faculty on how to do that. And it's not only the University of Wyoming faculty we train, we also bring in community college faculty. I feel it's very important that across the state we reach out and have an impact. Already, even before we've opened this new classroom, those changed instructional methods have really increased student success in courses like introductory biology. Fewer students are getting a D, F, or withdraw. They are staying in the major, and they're actually less time to completing their degree. Finally, we have a program where we get out in the state. We call it our K through Community Roadshow. We feel, Dr. Brown and I have a motto: if we can't do this in Wyoming, it can't be done anywhere, and that is to touch every aspect of education in Wyoming. So we have a fantastic team that gets out into our K-12 schools, bringing either a lesson for a class for one session, all the way up to working with a class for several days out in the field and actually engaging them in research. We also are working to engage those students with communities, getting them working on local problems so they realize STEM, all this actually matters, it impacts, and they can see how it's relevant to their lives. So we thank you for the support, and great things happening, and we look forward to building those programs out further.
Questions?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm glad you brought up that roadshow. In your handout, you says that it's touched over 5,000 students across Wyoming. Has that gone the breadth of the state, or has it just been regionalized? Tell me where that's gone.
Yes, thank you, Chairman and Representative Larson. So yes, we're at 5,000 students. It's about 3 years in for this roadshow. And yes, we are purposely trying to fill every county and try and reach every aspect of the state that we can. And certainly should know the count, but we're not in every county yet, but we will be very soon.
Have you started duplicating counties before you go to, before you exclude the other counties?
Chairman, Representative Larson, so we send out information to try and get invited to these places, and we often, once we get into a school system, get invited back. And so when we get invited back, we always say yes. But we're always looking to get into every system in the state and every county. And if you have insights on how to get to every county, we'd welcome that. Thank you for the question.
Anything else?
So,
You
Mr.
wanna-
Co-Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Co-Chair.
so are we going go into the programmatic needs? Or if not, I have questions about it, but if you're going to present on it, then I'm waiting. So.
Go ahead.
Well, for programmatic needs, the current vision for what the task force felt we could do programmatically is funded at about 26%. And we do need approximately 8.5 million in order to fully fund the Wyoming Research Scholars Program, which now we're at about 50%. The Learning Actively Mentoring Program is basically fully funded. That was so critical and impacts so many students at UW, but also out in the state. The other things, a key one is this CASI, this Center for Advanced Scientific Instrumentation, that it does cost money to hire the proper kind of technicians to support these instruments and train people on how to use these instruments. And for instance, and I should mention that just recently, the WIP program from the state has funded basically $3.5 million to purchase 3 high-end instruments that will become part of the CASI in the ground floor of the building. And this will provide instrumentation for scanning electron, transmission electron microscope, but also another, I don't remember the name of the best now, but it's an instrument of very high demand on campus. But in order to make this facility work, it's going to require that we have the CASI technicians funded. There's also a model for a faculty seed grant that has, it's been modeled after Stanford University, but it's also a couple other places. And these seed grants go to interdisciplinary projects that require some seed money to get enough preliminary data for a legitimately fundable grant proposal. And what other institutions have realized that at a minimum, that you get a 10-to-1, at a minimum, 10-to-1 return on that investment of the dollar. It's usually higher than that, more like 20-to-1. And that's another key feature is in terms of encouraging faculty to become more research active in an interdisciplinary way. And that's exactly what the Science Initiative Building is doing. It's serving as a physical catalyst to bring faculty together, get them out of their little one PI, one laboratory silos and working with other faculty in a much more collaborative way with their students and so forth. And then we do have some estimates to finish out some key spaces. A critical one that, again, this will be unique to the United States, is this thing that we call SCROLL, the Student Collaborative Research Outreach and Learning Lab. This will add even more transformational power to how we involve our undergraduate population across the STEM sciences in research, which is considered to be the highest form of active learning possible. And it also will provide a small collaboration spaces for students. And this is the thing that we can't even predict when you get students from physics and chemistry and engineering and statistics together in a working group. They come up with these incredible ideas, and we've already seen students that come up with ideas for new companies, but these are the kinds of people that actually want to stay in Wyoming if and when they develop this company. And so it's going to be a transformational facility. The other is a 4.9 mil for an animal care facility we call Model Organism Research Facility, or MORPH. And this will service not only the agriculture college faculty and students, but also health sciences as well. And then the third is very interesting. And this is something that I think companies like Plenty are interested in too, is a 3.1 million for level 1 research finish out. But these are laboratories, wet labs, and could be dry labs too, computer labs, for instance, that would not be assigned to any one PI. These would be for large interdisciplinary groups. We call them incubator labs. We've talked a lot with President Seidel about this, where you would bring groups of faculty in, they would work on an idea, generate some data for large grant proposals, and then go out. And that's a very exciting thing. And that's where we think we could have a company like Plenty engaged with actually doing research, even maybe up in our greenhouse as a corporate partner. And that's the other thing we're developing in this CASI is a modern business plan for how to make this work from a funding perspective for everybody at UW, including undergraduates all the way up to full professors, but also potential corporate partners as well.
So, Mr. Co-Chair, so what I'm trying to glean from this is in order to finish out the Science Initiative building, so that first floor that on the east side, no, that's the south side, I guess. What is that number, just to finish out the building?
To finish out just that room on the
Well,
first,
entire-
the whole thing is 12.25 million is our current estimate.
So the 12.25 is the 4.25 for the scroll, the 4.9 for the care facility, and the 3.1 for level 1 research space, right? Is that?
Sir,
Okay, now, what I'd like to see, if you could provide it to LSO, is how you came up with those numbers. So we know where they came from and how you came to those estimations. It would just be helpful for us to see how that happened. Other than those dollars, to have the fully functional, are there any other costs? Programmatic costs, because up above, you talk about that we've allocated roughly 2.3 billion a biennium, per biennium, which are ongoing programmatic costs. And yet, at one point in time, that was estimated to be 8.5 million a biennium. And what are the difference between those two numbers, and how are we going to gap them in the short run and in the long run?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Nicholas, for the program side, actually, the original budget for all programmatic pieces was the 2.3 plus the 8.5.
Combined. Okay.
Yeah, that was the combined. And over, was some one-time funding we received from the state, but then the ongoing 2.3 million on the biennium we received. That's how we've, and we made the priority to start the programs that were going to have the biggest impact on our undergraduate student body. And that was the Learning Active Mentoring Program, because active learning, already that transition had to happen, or UW would have been unethical. If we could have done that and we didn't, it was going to be bad. But we're doing that, we've done that. And then the Wyoming Research Scholars Program was the other piece. And so that's basically plus the roadshow, or well, we call the roadshow K through Community Roadshow, has some funding too. And the K through Community Roadshow is actually something that's not in the governor's task force report. It was just this convergence of our team working with teachers out in the state in high schools. Primarily it started with, and now gone down to elementary school as well, going out in the state and having this incredible experience, and also using our research scholars having an outreach component to their job, okay? And, but the K through community, it quickly became apparent, this is how we're gonna impact the state in a bigger way. And in fact, start recruiting new UW students when they're in third grade. There are big studies that show that students make a decision what they want to do when they grow up far earlier than high school. And I was actually involved in one of these K through 12 roadshow projects with Riverton in a landfill reclamation project, and where we brought all the seventh graders from Riverton on campus, but our team also went out to Riverton to work with the kids in the school. And the assessments that the teachers gave us from their kids were, it was off the charts, cool and positive. There were kids who, I actually had 3 kids come up to me afterwards and go, Dr. Brown, that was so cool. I want to be a botanist when I grow up. And anyway, but the point is, it's getting children enthusiastic about science, engineering, and math early on in life. They'll follow through on that rather than they get it introduced to it later and it's already some kind of almost abstract thing. It's just hard. No, I can't take physics because physics is going to be too hard for me, kind of thing. So that's what the K through 12 is doing. And that's another thing that we need to fully fund. And with more funding, we can have more coordinators. We only have one now, and that's one of the hurdles here is we can only do so much with one coordinator. If we had 3 coordinators, to your point, we could get out more in the state to all the schools. So
I still want to be a botanist, so.
Mr. Chairman, are you done?
Yes, go
Bob?
ahead. Are you
Thank
done,
you.
is Mr. Co-Chair finished? Right, go ahead, go
Thank you,
ahead,
Mr.
Representative.
Chairman. The 12.25 million, how current are those numbers?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, those are very recent. We've taken into account inflation, so we've worked with our construction managers on campus, and a lot of those cost estimates come from initial planning of those spaces when the building was planned out, and we can provide that information. But those numbers are up from what it would have been 3 months ago, sadly.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Vice President.
Dr. Brown, I'm really interested in this scroll program, and this, no need to lead into the next subject, but from a broader standpoint, when we look at these science-based type initiatives, it's going to tie back in. So how would something like this fit into the WIP program? You know, we've got additional money reserved for that in the next biennium. There's an allocation now. In this biennium, there was initial allocation that's already out there. So, a little specific for this program, would that be a fit for WIP? And then as we get into WIP a little bit later on, I want to have a discussion as to how, with these new rollouts and these things, how you're prioritizing those for WIP funding. But specific to this issue, Dr. Brown.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, this is a 110% positive fit for WIP. In fact, we've already talked to Steve Farkas, who's in charge of that on campus. And what we have, this is where we introduce our entrepreneurial component to what our research scholars do, who come up with these incredible ideas. I could go on for hours about some of our students and the ideas they have, but they don't always know who to go talk to about, what do I do if I want to start a business? You can't talk to somebody like me, I have no clue. But we've got a plan, and this is another piece that we hope to be able to trigger maybe as early this fall with some additional funding to implement that as part of the core mission of Scroll would be this piece. And Dr. Leifert's had actually a heavier hand in that than I have.
Yeah, I think we have lots of Nate stories that know they want to do something, but we haven't provided them with the education, and this is a great tie to WIP, and frankly, what I think will help move our state forward in many ways, right, our students. But we also have many students that don't know they want to be a Nate story, and so that's where we're losing a lot of kids in terms of entrepreneurship, business development, and providing some of those educational opportunities through close connections with this Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation that's spawned out of WIP. There's huge opportunity, and I think we're really excited for those opportunities. And the more I look at it, being involved with the WIP, there are so many connections between WIP and the Science Initiative, WIP and Tier 1 engineering. It's really exciting.
And that's the advantage of the Scroll is right now in One Lab, One PI, you have undergraduates working in a lab, but that person is working with people who see the world the same way everybody else does in the lab. Here you get students working together where you have an electrical engineering major working with a biologist, again, working in teams. And that's where science is going, frankly. Everybody at UW agrees to that. And so this Scroll will literally be the unique facility of its kind in this country.
So, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate that explanation, but so, I mean, we're ways away from the next budget cycle and stuff. Is there going to be, and we'll maybe talk about it when we get to WIP, to get this thing up and started this fall? What is the time frame for? Is it already being implemented, or is it planned for this fall implementation or the next budget cycle based on the requests here?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, thanks for the question. We're actually in conversation of how we can kickstart this space and actually phase out the building of it and build those pieces which are most impactful on students and this whole idea of entrepreneurship. And I would add this space, Scroll, is laboratory space for those students. It's collaborative space for these students, for our Wyoming research scholars and other students engaged in research. It also includes kind of a medium-sized active learning classroom for training, but this also will be a facility that we can connect with community colleges as well. So the answer is, yes, we understand that the budget may not be here yet, but we're working closely with WIP to figure out a way we might be able to stage the construction of this and get going now.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question, since you mentioned kickstarting, have you thought about on entrepreneurship, using Kickstarter, some of those things like that, and really kickstarting something and making it into a business rather than relying on state or government resources?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Steinmetz, yes, I think there's a lot of opportunities, and that's where I would say my enthusiasm individually is to learn more about this. As Dr. Brown mentioned, he and I can essentially wave our hands about entrepreneurship and business development. We need folks to help with that, but we recognize there are lots of opportunities and connections to be made beyond WIP, Impact 307, Kickstart. There's many of those programs that, yeah, we want to make aware to our students. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Messman. Are you pointing at somebody?
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Redirecting. Thank you, Mr.
Vice
Chairman.
President likes to recognize Mr. President. Is that how that
Yes,
works?
thank you,
Okay, thank you,
Mr. Vice President. This could go on for a while, I think, but no, I would just quickly add 2 points. The first one is, as part of the WIP initiative and as part of the university's commitment to entrepreneurship, we have created the Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation that I mentioned earlier. You'll hear more about that in a minute. The director of this has just been hired, who is a very well-known, internationally well-known biotech entrepreneur who also has started some global companies, but has a PhD in pharmaceutical sciences. And so she's the perfect person to help build this bridge, and they're having lots of conversations about it. To Senator Steinmetz's question, we are pursuing lots of different kinds of funding for this. So for example, the L. Bogan Foundation currently funds a competition for entrepreneurs. And so there are lots of sources eventually, I think, once we really get going, also from companies, from royalties that we get from companies and so on, but the state support and the ARP program support has been essential to get us off the ground.
Mr. Chairman, just one follow-up.
And we are only an hour and
important
better than
stuff,
2
Mr.
hours behind. Anyway, go ahead.
So just, what role is the Wyoming Business Council playing in the development of this role in entrepreneurship and through the existing department? Do those discussions go on with the Business Council also?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, definitely very deeply regular, I would say weekly discussions with the Business Council and the Business Alliance, but Business Council in particular, and Steve Farkas will probably chat about that.
Right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Anything else? All right, I think now we're down to, are we going to follow up with Tier 1 engineering history and status? Good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. I'm Cameron Wright. I'm Dean of the College of Engineering and Applied Science. And I've been asked to speak briefly to the history and status of the Tier 1 Engineering Initiative. I've been fortunate being at the University of Wyoming for the last 19 and a half years to see this initiative be born and grow, so it's been very exciting. It was originally conceived in 2012, and the first time funding was actually available for it was in the 2015-2016 biennium. And there was a task force that was convened by the governor that goes under various names. It's usually just called the Tier 1 Task Force. And they met to see what the goals would be, what the timeline would be, how much money it would take to meet those goals, and so forth. And they had multiple meetings, and I have about 35 documents of their reports on my hard disk that I refer to fairly regularly. The realities of the budget and the state finances are that the funding that was originally envisioned for the Tier 1 Engineering Initiative was not what was originally planned. However, the goals stayed the same. And for example, the first biennium, 2015, 2016, the task force estimated that they would need about $17.1 million to make the progress on the goals that they had envisioned. And in reality, we got just under half that. And that's been pretty much the pattern since then. It's about half of what was originally envisioned. And there have been some occasional one-ups, one-time increases for specific projects and things, but there's never really been any increase in the Tier 1 budget to account for things like inflation or raises for people that are carried on the Tier 1 budget or things like that. But regardless of that, the state has been very generous to provide the Tier 1 budget to us, and we have used it very judiciously to try to meet those goals that were laid out by the task force that still endure today. So despite that lower budget, I'd just like to give you a very quick list of some of the things that have been accomplished that were part of the goals laid out by the task force. We created a separate petroleum engineering department and populated it up with world-class professors. It currently has the 4th largest PhD program at the university. And we've also funded, kick-started, stimulated, enhanced various research programs that are nationally funded in all the other engineering departments in the college. We built the Engineering Education and Research Building, a 102,000 square foot building that's, if you haven't been through it, you should come to Laramie and take a tour. It's a beautiful building. And also the High Bay Research Facility, which is where Mohammed Piri's research primarily takes place, and that's a 97,000 square foot research building. Also, a big part of what the task force wanted us to do is concentrate more on the student experience and being able to help students. And so we created a strong student success center, and that includes many, many things. It has professional academic advising for all our undergraduates, career placement services, internship coordination across the state, outreach across the state for K through 14. And when I say K through 14, I'm meaning that we also talk to community colleges. Recruiting, specific recruiting, not in Wyoming, but in really around the country. Marketing and communications, we have a person that handles all that. And alumni relations, we have a person that we carry under that goes out and talks to and maintains the relationships and appropriate stewarding with all of our various alumni. A nice quantitative metric here is just from 2014 to 2019, we increased the production of PhD graduates by 210%. And that is actually leveled off right now. It's about the same, but we've maintained that even during COVID and other things that have been going on. We are still committed to reaching those strategic goals that were laid out. And I won't go into detail on these, just in general, they are excellence in undergraduate education, world-class research and graduate education, productive economic development, and K through 14 STEM education. And we continue, every dollar that's spent from the Tier 1 budget, I look at that, my Director of Business Operations looks at that, and we say, can we tie that to these goals? And that's how we make these decisions. So these programs continue to support all these strategic goals. We continue to build the Tier 1 program upon the broader and vital foundation of the rest of the college. And that's where the problem is. We've been graduating engineers for 124 years over the broader foundation of the college. And the problem we're seeing now is the series of budget cuts that have occurred over the last decade or more are starting to erode and chip away at that underlying foundation. So while Tier 1 is well supported, we could do more, but it's doing the best it can, but it rests upon this foundation that's starting to teeter a little bit because each of those traditional engineering departments have seen fewer and fewer faculty lines, and so fewer people to teach the required courses. And I could go on and on about how we've had to adapt and the fact that we can't offer courses as often as we would like to and the implications that has for time to degree and things like that. But it's basically the fact that these budget cuts over the years that have affected the underlying college are also going to start to affect the Tier 1 engineering initiative. So that, in essence, is a brief update on the history and status of the Tier 1 engineering initiative, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Go ahead, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Has the university put any of their state aid into the Tier 1 initiative beyond just the Tier 1 budget that comes from the state?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, I would say that the university supports the goals of the Tier 1 engineering initiative. And I would say that a good portion of the faculty lines that's supported and the teach courses that are necessary for that are paid for by the main university budget.
Yes, go ahead, President Stidle.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And Representative Walters, just one specific point to what Dean Wright just said. As you heard earlier from Brian Shader, there's $500,000 that's been committed from our block grant as a commitment to build out faculty lines with the College of Engineering and the School of Computing together. So a couple of years ago, when budget cuts were received, including in Tier 1, we took exactly that amount of funding that was cut and we sort of plugged it back in from the block grant to help support that.
Representative Larson.
Thank you. Dean, if you could you maybe at a later time give me a little information on that alumni component, the alumni support? And the reason I'm interested in is I have a son that is an ME graduate and was recently tasked with trying to hire 3 additional engineers where he works in Idaho. And upon suggesting that he reached out to the University of Wyoming to see what was available, he responded back that that was met without much success. And I hope it's just a disconnect or something there, but I just think that there's some real opportunities there. It's our alumni that are out there that are hiring and filling these positions, and we should be tracking these guys and following them everywhere. He went to Idaho State, Pocatello, and had them within just a couple of weeks filled. And I think it's maybe an opportunity lost, and if we can correct that somehow or identify where he pushed the wrong button, I would like to see if we can get that resolved.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, Senator Representative Larson, I would say that he must have just gone to the wrong door. We have somebody who would have responded immediately to that, and occasionally I will get an email or a phone call similar to that, and I will then direct them to our Tyler Grabner, who runs our. Excuse me.
Well, and Mr. Chairman, and I'm certainly willing to throw the blame at his feet. I just would like to understand how, if you could just share with me how that works so that I can help him understand if there's an opportunity in the future that we might be able to take advantage of.
Yes, sir. We have a person that specializes in that.
Go ahead, Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Wright, thank you for being the dean of the best college in all of the entire Rocky Mountain region. I can say that because I graduated 124 years ago with that initial class of program. But thank you for all you do. You're doing a great job.
Thank you, sir.
Can you find the right alumni person as an alumni? Okay. All right, thank you. Anything else to follow up on Tier 1 engineering? All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir. I appreciate the opportunity.
Long drive for a short report. We appreciate it. Thank you. All right, I think now we are down to update and implementation on funding status for the WIP program. And we can, well, let's go ahead and we'll keep going in order.
Mr. Chairman, committee, thank you for the opportunity to visit with you and I see an opportunity to integrate some of what I will share with you as part of our ARPA WIP update as well. So I will keep comments specific to UW and keep them brief. Steve Farkas, Associate Vice President for Economic Development for the University of Wyoming. Since approximately January this year, UW has been leading and collaborating with Wyoming's community colleges across 6 programmatic Phase 1 categories. Those categories include consortial infrastructure, or more specifically, project management or back office support, energy, entrepreneurship, digital infrastructure, tourism and hospitality, and healthcare. UW is using Phase 1 funding to support the categories of project management, entrepreneurship, digital infrastructure, and tourism hospitality. Within these 3 categories, 3 UW-led initiatives have been developed, as been referenced earlier, in collaboration with our college partners to support WIP. The School of Computing, Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation, and the Wyoming Outdoor Recreation, Tourism, and Hospitality Initiative. To manage programmatic development consistent with agreed-upon deliverables, 2 UW committees have been organized. One is a broad campus working group with roughly 30-plus members representing the category and component areas. They meet every other week to perform check-ins on measured activities and progress towards June 2023 deliverables. In addition to the larger working group, UW has organized a steering committee comprised of our current UW initiative leadership. So Science Initiative, Ag, Tier 1, TEI, School of Computing, the Center for Entrepreneurship Innovation, and the Worth Initiative. This group also meets every other week and is focused on initial WIP investments, ensuring these investments and associated programmatic and infrastructure activities support UW's strategic initiatives and agreed upon WIP deliverables. To date, roughly $5 million, or roughly 36% of UW WIP Phase 1 funding has been expended or encumbered for needed infrastructure, equipment, and personnel investments in support of the Phase 1 activities listed in the shared materials that you have. Our target spend out date for Phase 1 is June of 2023. Of special note, we have made 3 strategic appointments to lead the recently appointed School of Computing, the Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation, and the Worth Initiative. In addition to needed infrastructure and equipment, that also includes expansion of our business resource network, which includes our Impact 307 business incubators, the SBDC Manufacturing Works, and our Tech Transfer Office. And those include pilot expansions to 3 communities in support of our community college partners, and those include Cheyenne, Riverton, and Rock Springs. The intersection of these early activities with work underway at the colleges will be shared with you as part of our WIP ARP update. And with that, I welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Steve. I just have a question on the collaborative relationship you're having with the community colleges, how well that is going, and if there's anything we can do to help facilitate that and to try to get as much input from all the colleges as possible, and what you are doing to do it as well.
Ed?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that question. So I would suggest that the work is early and very collaborative. The group is governed by what we call the Presidential Steering Group, which is comprised of all the community college presidents, in addition to President Seidel, myself, the Wyoming Business Council, Workforce Services, and those discussions happen monthly. So it's a standing meeting, it's a check-in meeting to discuss existing programmatic activities underway, what are the barriers, what are the obstacles, ensuring that there's consistency in the understanding in terms of what the desired deliverables look like. And there's also discussion around the programmatic activity as we think about project management. So there are some comparisons there relative to where we stand in terms of investments, agreed upon timetables, and ensuring that we're going to hit that initial Phase 1 delivery timetable of June of 2023. As to assistance, ensuring that we're all on the same page is critically important. The PSG and the broader working groups recognize that we now need to engage in a stronger messaging strategy to ensure that we're educating and informing our stakeholders. And I believe through that education and informing, it'll assist with ensuring that everybody is on the same page and focused on the same objectives.
So just for an example, Mr. Co-Chair, how involved is Casper College? And what part of the, because they weren't one of the three colleges you just mentioned. I'm just curious. I mean, I kind of want you to just be candid about it and tell us who's participating and who's not, and why do you think that that's occurring?
So, Mr. Chairman, so President Devine serves as a co-chair of the Presidential Steering Group alongside President Seidel, and together help lead exactly the direction of what the WIP looks like for the state. As we think about Casper College and their early participation, it varies from having designated individuals working on the subcommittees focused on tourism and hospitality to, if I can look at my my project list here. So it looks like in this part of phase one, Casper College's subcomponent group as relates to the broader WIP is focused on the tourism and hospitality initiative, and we have designees from Casper College actively participating. But I would suggest more importantly, as we think about Casper College and why we have organized ourselves the way we have is that there's not a single voice as it relates to how we think about what WIP looks like. We recognized in the early days that with these initial investments, not every college may participate because they may not be prepared yet to come on board, but other colleges may have the infrastructure or the personnel that could receive investments and prove out some of these programs with the intention that everybody within the WIP would participate.
So, just as a follow-up then, in terms of your bi-monthly meetings and that type of thing, how are you establishing goalposts for measurements of what you're actually accomplishing and that you're moving in the right direction, goals and objectives, and then checkoffs to make sure you get there?
So the phase one proposal that was submitted to the governor's office serves as our guidepost. And within that phase one proposal, we have this specific categories delineated, and then below that, specific subgroups. There was agreement within the PSG as to what are the early activities that we felt we could organize ourselves around, and that's where the initial investments were pointed towards. Within those component groups, there are specific activities, again, agreed upon that point to what we call, again, measured activities that are also indicators as to where phase two investments may be derived. We have what we call smart sheets and or project charters that clearly define exactly what those activities are, what dollars are currently being pointed towards those activities, how much of those dollars have been spent, are they going to hit the hurdle relative to expected timelines, and what are the early successes that can be identified that we then can be thinking about for reinvestment. Those conversations occur within UW biweekly, and then those become areas of opportunity for us to report out to the broader presidential steering group, again, as part of understanding where we're trending as a partnership.
Mr. Chairman.
Are you done, Mr. Burnell? Go ahead, Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Farkas, it was my understanding that there was funding for a person to be hired inside the governor's office to act as a coordinator or referee between UW and the community colleges for this program. Has that person been hired to the best of your knowledge?
Mr. Chairman, so the job description was just recently approved, and our understanding is that by July, on or around July 1, we should see somebody in that office. I know that there is active distribution of that position description, and there is a sense of urgency to get that person on board, but the person is not on board yet. But I would also add that that position description was reviewed by the presidential steering group, so we have concurrence within the partnership as to the definition and desired outcome of that role.
All right, thank you. All right, continue.
That is the UW update, Mr. Chairman, and we will get into more specifics here as part of our ARPA WIP update,
All right,
but
let's do that.
there's other
I'll-
questions happy to take them.
All right, why don't we take this minute and do a JAC stretch, and as everyone stand up and get a drink of water, and we'll get ready and buckle back in for the rest of this. But we'll come back in at 3:30. We'll go ahead and bring it back to order.
Big smile.
I think you've been infiltrated. I think the governor's office has been infiltrated. You need to. Yeah. All right.
Closer to the mic.
Yeah, just, I'm sorry, were you speaking? Was your mic on? All right, welcome. We're moving on into
Mr.
ARPA
Chairman?
updates. And so, yes, Don.
Mr. Chairman, before the UW folks exit, I think Representative Kinner had an inquiry that he wanted to make.
He did. I think it's too late, but go ahead, Representative Kinner.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, it really is exciting to think about all of the ways that our university can play a real positive role in the future of our great state. And one of the things I was wondering about was an update on the dorm project and all the related construction things there with parking and energy and so on. And so I do have a suggestion. I know we're out of time today, but I noticed that in looking at the future agenda in September, the location was still to be determined. So I might offer the suggestion that maybe we consider having it in Laramie, and we could take a look at those projects in addition to anything else that we discussed today.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Kinner. Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Now, Representative Kinner, you have the ability to butt in. If we ignore you further, please butt in.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I just want to know if Representative Kinner has checked for what games are going to be in Laramie that day.
Well, actually, I believe it's a Monday and Tuesday, Senator, so I'm not sure there'd be any games that day.
Well, there would be maybe the previous Saturday and just stay.
Ah, there you go. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Representative Kinner. So anyway, Kevin, welcome. We'll turn time over to you for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First thing I'd like to do is I'd like to thank all the participants that helped develop this. It ranges from the State Auditor's Office, LSO, the AG's office, the agencies, State Budget Department, Governor's Office, and also Clifton Larson Allen. Before I turn it over for introductions on Clifton Larson Allen that are online with us today, I want to introduce Christine Imminger from the State Budget Department on my left, and on my right, Gwen James. They have been instrumental in the development of what you're going to shortly see. So with that, I'll let Clifton Larson Allen introduce themselves.
Great, thank you, Kevin, and hello, everyone. Good to see you all here virtually again. Thanks for allowing us to participate today. I think I did speak with you several months ago, but my name is Allison Slife, and I am with Clifton Larson Allen, or CLA for short. I do lead up the overall consulting efforts here for the state of Wyoming related to the ARPA funds. So we've been very heavily involved with all the parties that Kevin mentioned, and really appreciate all the different aspects of the state that have been helping us throughout the way as we are charging full steam ahead with the ARPA planning and development of the different programs and setting those up for success for the state. So really excited to be with you all again today. I do want to give a second for you all to be introduced to another member of the CLA team, Matt Anderson, if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you, Allison, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. It's really an honor and a privilege to connect with you. And I'm Matt Anderson. I have the privilege of leading CLA's digital data analytics service line. I have been with CLA for 19 years out of one of our Colorado offices with Allison, with 24 years of professional experience. And I just want to say it's been an absolute delight to interact with everyone on the team, Kevin, Christine, Gwen included, but many others, too many to name here. So I'm excited about the opportunity to collaborate with everyone and appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, what I want to do first is just to explain the differences between the dashboards and the portal. The dashboards are the information feedback to the audience, and that would be the Joint Appropriations Committee and eventually the public. This is at a glance information, and I'll walk through this dashboard with you today. Also under development, and hopefully both of these will be live and to the public by the end of June, will be the portal. The portal is where you would submit an application for maybe an OSLI grant. And then it tracks it from cradle to grave, meaning that from the original application to the approval process, the SPD, to Clifton Larson Allen, to the AG, and the financial tracking, and ultimately the audit reporting. And the portal will house all the auditable information, all the metadata. So the portal conversation will be later, but today I just wanted to talk to you about the dashboards. So some of this you probably can see, maybe you can't too well, but I'm just going to walk you through this. And the exercise today is really about educating the Joint Appropriations Committee on how to navigate inside the dashboard. Because shortly after this conversation, we're going to give you the credentials for the full dashboard. Naturally, the public dashboard will be restricted in some fashions, but this will be the full portal that you'll have access to. We'll work with LSO, and then you'll have the ability to put this onto your bookmarks and be able to access this whenever you'd like to.
Go ahead. Yeah, Kevin, we don't have this document yet, do we?
No, you do not. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to navigate it, and then later today, we are going to give you access to this,
It's just,
and you'll, yeah.
it's difficult to read.
Yeah, I apologize. I thought the screens would probably be better than this. It was fine where we tested it. That's what's important. So getting back to the point of the conversation, if you have this on your computer, if you're going online right now, if you look at it like where Allison and Matt are, you could actually see this as well on your laptops. But really this exercise is a navigational education so that you don't founder early in the process to where you get some return on our investment immediately. That's what the exercise is. And like I said, we will be providing you credentials to get in and be able to log on to this, and it'll be the full-blown, everything I've shared today, you'll be able to see it, and naturally later on, the public version will be restricted because there are some places on here where it's work in progress information. So on the first page, what you can see there is just a line, and this is just the benchmark. This would be the timelines. And in there, naturally, we have the recovery plan performance report that's due in July. That's a big deal. That's not going to be easy. It's going to be very intense to get those reporting requirements because there's a lot of different things that the feds expect us to provide. Public health, negative economic impacts, services of disimportant impacted communities, premium pay. I mean, we have to go through all this on each one of these projects in depth, and that's one of the primary reasons why we do have Clifton Larson Allen to help us facilitate that. So then it goes in there and it just talks about ARPA, and then on this side it's got the resource links. These links include everything. It's got Senate File 66, it's got the B11s, it's got the Treasury guidance, it's got the final rules. Everything is here at a click. If you want to look into the B11s, you can look into the B11s. If you want to look into the Senate File 66, you can look into Senate File 66. And I'm going to show you how cool that is here in a little bit. So then what you do is you navigate on the left-hand side, and this will take you to the status of funds. And the blue, the dark blue, is the congressional appropriation. And then the green line will be what has either been authorized through a B11 or appropriated by the legislature. And in the box, when you hover over it, it'll tell you what's available. So the remaining amount of ARPA direct is $72,113,440. And we're also working with the state treasurer's office to give us a calculation or the actual amount for interest, and that'll be populated here too. But recall, in CARES, we had to spend the interest on CARES activities with ARPA that goes into the general fund. And we'll talk about cash flow and investments here shortly. But you can go through this. So what you're seeing here on this page is everything that's associated with the ARPA appropriation from Congress. NEUs, ARPA Direct for homeowners assistance. I mean, this is just hoverable, and you can go in there and you can see how we're doing as far as what the appropriation from Congress is. and what we've actually allotted. So then what you can go into is the budget to actual experience. So for example, where you see the red line, you see blue, that's the budgeted amount, and the red line would be the expenditure amount to date. And you can hover over those and it'll tell you what that is. So in this example is, remember that the first thing that we did with ARPA money was we wrote a B11 to capture the revenue replacement for the conserved general funds. That's why this is one of the major areas of expenditure. We started doing that last July 1st so that we can get that back to the general funds, which you've appropriated. And then you can go through here and you can see this, that. But most importantly, on the left-hand side, you can see our ocular intelligence number. Now this goes all the way to the US Treasury and their exclusive project number. And what I mean by ocular intelligence, you can look at it and you know what it means. So for example, if I hover on this one, it's Senate File 6616. Okay, it's footnote 16 in Senate File 66. So you want to know, just go to Senate File 66, which I could navigate back to and I could show you. You go to footnote 16, that's what this appropriation is. So that's how we can get to things really quickly when we're looking at this. You also have Senate File 80, and we have the ocular intelligence for that as well. And that's by paragraph and subparagraph, so that you can know where that appropriation lies. And then the numbers that are just raw numbers, these are the B11 control numbers, which you've already seen because we provided those to you. But again, back in the introduction, we have inside of here in the resource links, we include the B11s. So you could go you could drill in and find the B11s and read them and get the full explanation of that. So the next thing that we have, which is what we anticipated that the Joint Appropriations Committee, a larger audience, the legislature, and the public would like to know is expenditures by vendor. So what you see right away is, boom, here's the largest vendors. It's the Wyoming Hospital Association this time. Horizon Health is the largest, and then followed by the Wyoming Hospital Association. And I'm trying to get rid of this box. So then if you want to, we've got this, we're going to clean this up just a tad because it's a little bit navigational. So if you just click in this area, and then you can go over to vendor, and you can do all, and you can say Casper. And there's what's gone to Casper. You can type a person's name, you can type a company that you're interested in, and it'll give you to that, and you can drill in on how much those vendors have received. This is something that historically we've been asked to provide, is the vendor information. The next item, if you navigate on the left-hand side, is the cash flow. This is important. Senator Hicks asked us during the interim topic discussions what our plan was as far as the cash that we have, because the federal government forwards the cash. We got the second round of the second tranche, the $534 million, and that is in our hands and it's available for investment, so we get a better return. And we worked with Patrick Fleming in the Treasurer's office, and we've cash flowed this with the agency's help. So what you'll see here is this is by month, and red is actual and blue is estimate. And then up here in these navigational arrows across the expanse of the dashboard, you can go bigger. This would be quarter, and this would be year. So we've provided the cash flow, again, so that we can get a better return. Longer investment gets a better return, and naturally that'll go into the general funds. So then lastly, navigate on the left-hand side, you'll see Clifton Larson's Allen's notes on everything that we've done that they've reviewed for qualification of ARPA revenue replacement, ARPA direct, etc. And by the way, when we get this to the portal, when a new application comes in, then they'll review that application for qualification of whatever, and then it'll SBD, Clifton Larson Allen, the AG's office, and eventually, if it gets funded, it'll be cradle to the grave, reported in the fashion that we have here on the dashboard. So, Mr. Chairman, this is just a quick introduction to how to navigate on the dashboard. will be available to you today or tomorrow when we get you your credentials, and then you can go in and play on this. What we would like to have, even now, feedback, or after you've had a chance to go into the sandbox and look at it, is what's missing. What would you like to see different? Because we will be able to provide that to you, and that's what we're interested in. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll open myself up for questions.
All right, thank you, Kevin. Questions? Questions? Well, we'll watch for our credentials.
There you go, Mr. Chairman, and as promised, I was brief.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go ahead and I guess we're back into Wyoming Innovative Partnership.
Ready?
Go ahead.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'll just start off and perhaps just steal a second to say we really appreciate the generous time we had with you just previously, and thank you for all the support you've given the university. Likewise, maybe just start by, I want to thank you for the support you've given to our team that represents the entire Wyoming Innovation Partnership. We are, I think, working very well together, and there are a lot of things you have to consider in this. You have 8 institutions who have independent stakeholders, boards, perspectives, and so on, and yet we have come together, in fact, very quickly, I would say, in the very early stages with support from the governor on a vision for what the Wyoming Innovation Partnership could be. And we collaboratively authored a document, about a 10-page document that represented our aspirations for what we could do together to advance the state. And then with particularly a lot of support from the governor's office, formed a set of terms of reference for how we would operate, a presidential steering group that Darren and I co-chair. I'll hand it over to him in just a minute. And with Lachelle Brandt from the governor's office as well. And we meet a lot. And in fact, to the point that a question was asked earlier, Casper College has hosted most of the meetings we've had of the presidential steering group, where we really get together. We've gone out to dinner together. We really, really are getting into a good working mode. We've created now very specific project deliverables within these 6 areas that were mentioned previously by Steve Farkas, and we have working groups in every one of those areas that meet regularly in addition to the presidential steering group, and a lot of attention paid most recently to how do we make sure that we have not only long-term goals but short-term goals. How much do they cost? Who's going to do them? What are their goals? What are their job descriptions? And this has been worked out in great detail now. So I just must say that I think we've made extraordinary progress in getting together and to have a functioning group that has very shared vision, very strong shared vision, and a sense of individual deliverables, not only at the individual institution level, but collaboratively. I'll pass it on to Darren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Dr. Darren Devine, I'm the president of Casper College. More importantly, I am currently serving as the president of the Community College Presidents, and as President Seidel graciously added, I'm also a co-chair for WIP. I'm going to try to do my usual and keep my comments very short. I know you're quite behind time today. As Dr. Seidel mentioned, and Steve and several others today in comments you've heard, this is a collaborative effort between all 9 higher ed institutions in the state. Not only that, but our business partners and multiple arms of the state government. Really, this is designed to be a more collaborative, you're going to hear that word a lot today, collaborative, diligent, and strategic approach to trying to help build Wyoming's workforce development plans and ultimately economic development. We're in the second year of this project, and I think we've come a long way, as Dr. Seidel points out, in putting flesh on those bones that we initially put together, gosh, a year and a half ago at this point. So, you know, this is a big lift. It's a large framework. It is very hard to put a single pin on a map and say, you know, this is exactly what WIP does, because it has lots of tentacles to it. But, you know, from the 100,000-foot view, I just want to point out that there are not only ongoing projects that are being enhanced, and actually a couple have been mentioned today, more will be mentioned in a few minutes, such as such as entrepreneurial efforts across the state, but also new projects such as UW's School of Computing. You know, so there are both. It's a mix of enhancing strategies that have already been working and adding new strategies, new projects that might help. Again, you'll hear much more for that in a few minutes from Mr. Moritz, Mr. Biggs, and Ms. Taylor. In closing, you know, let me do this. I testified yesterday to the Joint Education Committee. We had a presentation for the community colleges. And one of the things I assured them was, you know, I hear a lot, not nearly as much as all of you do, but I hear a lot, and you know, everyone has an opinion, and that's great. It's what makes this country wonderful. We have opinions, we can share them, we can talk about them, we can debate them. I hear a lot about the colleges and the university. It seems like we're always at odds. We're not collaborating. We're always squabbling. You know, I understand where some of that comes from, but I'm here to assure you that we do fight like siblings, because that's what we are. All 9 institutions in higher ed. Now, I did make a joke yesterday that UW was the stronger, older, meaner brother. I did say that. I will own that. But you know, that's really what we are, right? We're siblings. We all want the same thing. You're going to hear me say that publicly. You're going to hear me say that privately. This is what we want, right? So do we have disagreements about things? Of course we do, right? Of course we do. It's a good thing we do. Absolutely, absolutely. But is this moving in a positive direction? I assure you, on behalf, and you know, and I am fortunately or unfortunately empowered to speak for my colleagues, we are behind this project. You know, I do want to assure you that. And Mr. Chair, if I might, Mr. Vice Chair, to answer your very thoughtful question earlier, I would respond 2 ways on that. I would ask you to remember that Casper College is blessed as the only institution in the state that has a satellite campus of UW on its campus. And so because of that, we're truly blessed, and this goes back quite a number of years. We have a lot of projects that have been going on with UW for quite some time. So for instance, with the entrepreneurial endeavors, Impact 307 is something that WIP is trying to expand across the state, and I will not go into much detail because Steve is the expert on that. That already exists in Casper. It has existed for quite some time. We're already involved in that. So there's quite a few projects that Casper College in particular will not be involved in, at least in these stages, because we either already have them or it's not something that fits for us. And it's that second point that WIP is not designed to be one size fits everybody. WIP is designed to be a framework of projects and initiatives that some will opt in, others won't, based on different needs of different parts of the state, different constituencies. But as you've already heard today, one example that almost all of us will be working on is the software engineering, software development. That was actually one of the first ones that we talked about from the beginning. So I've already broken my rule and talked longer than I meant to. I apologize. I have to beg your indulgence. I have run into a bit of a time crunch. I have the city manager cooling his heels in my office for the last 15 minutes. So I'm going to have to.
Carter can wait.
Yeah, Carter can wait. I have a few minutes if I can answer any questions for that, but please, when I leave, please, it's meant as no disrespect to my colleagues or to the committee. It's another business calls.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator.
Of course, President Seidel knows this already. Sheridan College has UW on its campus, so there's two.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Well, when I first went to Casper College, that was in 1975, I think. It was a long time ago, so nice to see that campus continue to grow. And, I wasn't singling out Casper College. There's just rumblings that I hear about who's participating, who's not. And here's what the issue is. The governor asked for 50 million and we respectfully said, no, we'll give 25 million because we want to see how it works, what the, some type of a measurement or goalpost so that we can see that it's being effective and useful. We want maximum participation. If some colleges don't take advantage of that, that's the college's choice. We just want to make sure everyone has the opportunity to participate and take advantage of it. And, when we start working on our supplemental budget, we need to know those kind of questions, have those kind of questions answered if more money is going to show up to assist it. So we're trying to help this process how we can, and so that's really the point of the discussion.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, thank you very much, and that's how I took it. One thing I would add, and this, if you would allow me, I'm going to take my president's hat off and go back to just Darren, the president of Casper College. One of the things that we've been especially, and this is not a criticism of anybody or anything or any process, it's just one of those realities. One of the things that we've been very cautious about and will continue to be very cautious about is, this first round of funding, most of it came out of ARPA funding. So this is one-time funding. So we're very cognizant of standing up new programs that we're not sure right now we can be able to sustain in the future. That's one of the pieces that comes into the calculus of this. Some schools, Western, for instance, was in a perfect position. They had a program that was already ready to go. It had been ruminating for a little bit. Great economic development, timing was right, perfect. They're quite certain that they can continue that. But that's one of the things, not only for the colleges, but for UW, not to speak for my two learned colleagues here, but that one-time nature becomes very, and I assure you, I'm not making a plea for non-one-time funds. I'm just trying to explain some of the calculus that goes into this. The one-time nature of it does make it a little bit tricky. And that's one of the things I will publicly admit without any problem that I, for Casper College, have been maybe a little bit hypersensitive to that. I do not want to commit my institution and my community to something that I don't know that I'm going to be able to fund in 3 years and in 5 years down the road. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Anything else? All right, thank you. And I did text Carter and tell him that it was our fault that you were late.
Thank you so much.
All right. Go ahead, Steve.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so I'm going to tee up our next team here that I referenced earlier during the UW presentation, that we do a little bit of a deeper dive. And just again to recap here that since early this year that the WIP leadership team has organized itself around those key categories. And Curtis Biggs and Ben Moritz have been on the front lines of really tracking our category activities. And they're going to speak specifically to insights relative to investments, measured activities to date, and just additional insights into our collaborative budgeting process and project management. And I will share again that project management is a critical focus for our group, and tools have been employed internally and externally to actively monitor our progress, provide ad hoc reporting, and identify early indicators for additional phase 2 investments. And I will also share that we've had recent consensus that the WIP leadership needs to convene this summer and have what we'll call a retreat As President Seidel shared earlier, that Casper College has been a host to some of these retreats. In fact, our first retreat was here at Casper College. And we're going to attempt to host the next one in Laramie, with the agenda really doing a comprehensive review of our combined programmatic and infrastructure activities today to ensure the partnership is tracking consistent with agreed upon phase one timetables and deliverables. And just for additional reference here, the WIP has held itself to 3 time phases as we think about investments and deliverables. We consider now phase one, which you've heard references to, which is now through June of 2023. And again, the primary focus here is on organization, infrastructure, measured activities, and really demonstrating that collaborative approach to supporting the state's economic development agenda. Phase two, which we consider to be July 2023 through June of 2024, again, building on the activities of phase one with really a heavy emphasis on workforce development programming efforts and additional identification of institutional collaboration. Phase three will be July 2024 and beyond, and really focusing on reinvestments from phase one and phase two, as well as looking at, of those activities, what do we deem to be sustainable? And to the chairman's earlier question around, so what are those metrics, if you will, that you're holding yourself to? They cover 4 areas. It's new business starts, wage increases, increase in research and development activities, and enrollment and retention of our graduates. So as we work through this process, those are going to be the benchmarks of how we hold ourselves accountable, and I expect that we'll be able to provide some reporting out to this group and other stakeholders relative to our progress across those channels. And lastly, before I turn it over to Curtis and Ben, it's important to note that in addition to our higher education collaboration, that the WIP has worked very closely with the Wyoming Business Council, Wyoming Workforce Services, all of our statewide economic development organizations and industry partners to ensure our efforts are complementary and supportive of our existing programs. So with that, I'd appreciate the opportunity to turn it over to Curtis Biggs and Ben Moritz.
All right, thank you. Any questions before that happens? Any questions? All right, continue.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and the greater committee. Appreciate very much being here today. I am Curtis Biggs with the University of Wyoming, working with the Office of Research and Economic Development while also representing the Trustees Education Initiative in my current employ.
And Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Ben Moritz, Deputy Director of the Community College Commission.
So we've heard a lot today about WIP. Appreciate the opportunity to step into, I think, another level of detail with you, particularly on the collaborative nature of WIP across the state and across the community colleges. The commission and I also will note, as well as the organizations that have been mentioned, Department of Workforce Services, Wyoming Business Council, even individual industry businesses around the state. I think they're going to be more and more critical as we move along in a number of the components, the programs and projects we can talk about. I won't iterate a lot about that which has been mentioned this morning and this afternoon already, but I do want to provide a little context to reinforce some of that which has been said, but also provide a firm lay of the land when it comes to, again, that collaborative WIP statewide effort. And I think all the communication that's come about today is really indicative of the reach and the impact that WIP is already having and will have not only through phase one, as Steve had mentioned, the timeline of June 2023, but also beyond that as we move through these projects. In spring 2021, Governor Gordon launched the Wyoming Innovation Partnership. In late fall 2021, appropriated $27 million, which does include the Wyoming Works and Wyoming Innovation and Investment in Nursing. I point those out particularly because they were a separate investment from the WIP Phase 1 proposal, but were still under the WIP and considered under the WIP. They were essentially a reinvestment in those two, the Wyoming Works and the Wyoming Investment in Nursing. Of that 27 million, 14,600 was allocated to community colleges, or to the university, and 13 million, pardon me, was allocated to the community colleges. Collaborative efforts to organize and execute on that became available into December, and that funding was available to begin the work essentially in January of 2022, which is, Steve Farkas had mentioned that earlier. The distributions were allocated across all the Wyoming community colleges, which is represented in the budget table that you all received today. The Community College Commission and the university with collaboration in mind across 6 categories, and within that 17 components in Phase 1. We'll cover some of those today. And the provided budget table demonstrates the distribution, but also the current expenditures to date amongst the community colleges and the commission, as well as the university, and then a total you'll see in the furthest to the left, that in the column in the budget sheet. In addition to that, I think it's really important to identify the encumbrances. Steve Farkas did reference that earlier. We are at $5+ million, 34% of our spending at the university alone. I can't say that's exactly representative of what's happening in the community colleges, but we are all moving along at a pretty great rate, considering we are about a quarter into that first term, that Phase 1. We're about a quarter into the process here in June now. With that, I'm happy to turn it over to Ben to talk a little bit on the specific budgets and some of the activities.
Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank Curtis next to me. This really has been a close collaboration across the colleges and the university. And there's a tremendous amount of project management work that goes into this type of collaboration for several reasons. One, there's significant monetary scope. This is not a small amount. Secondly, the purpose for this is pretty epic. It's to address the economic development of the entire state of Wyoming. And then the distribution and the individual projects that are funded by this Phase 1 also are widely varied. And so you have multiple stakeholders and a lot of groups that don't always work so closely together, especially when it comes to individual projects. And I think that we've come a long way. You know, that whole family metaphor that President Devine used earlier, maybe this is a big family reunion and now we're all working together and things are really moving along. So what I'd like to point out is, first of all, the structure. As Mr. Farkas mentioned earlier, there are 6 categories, and under each category are individual projects. And one thing that I want to point out is that those projects were developed over months and months, starting back early 2021. We've had folks from all of the different higher education institutions and the governor's office and workforce services, Wyoming Business Council. We've had input from the Next Gen Sector Partner stakeholders, and to really identify how can each project be very targeted to develop and address a particular industry area where we can unlock some potential in the state. And so even underneath these categories, the projects themselves vary. There are 17 of them right now, and I'm not going to go into all 17, although Curtis and I would be happy to answer any questions about those. But we're trying to choose a few that are good examples. So perhaps one of the first ones might be the virtual reality piece under the consortial infrastructure. We came about this project because as we were talking about unlocking potential for collaboration across the state, we, in those discussions, identified some hurdles. Why hadn't we done this before? What were some of those issues? And obviously, we have 8, soon to be 9 institutions across the state. We have lots of students who are site-bound. We can't replicate every program in every location. That wouldn't be efficient. So how do we serve those students? Particularly, are there certain areas that it's more difficult to serve across space and time than others? Virtual reality is a burgeoning technology, and we identified that as an opportunity. So that group has been highly collaborative. This is one of the examples of a project that is probably more collaborative or one of the top levels of collaboration. We have a lot of technical expertise at UW through their Viz Lab, and Kyle Summerfield, who is the director of that program, is one of the co-chairs, along with me representing the colleges and the commission. And we have representatives from all those institutions, and we spent a lot of time discussing how do we use this limited investment opportunity to ensure that we get the maximum return on the investment and that we have the largest impact on the students and population of Wyoming. And so we've done extensive number of surveys. We've established what is out there now, what VR and augmented reality products and applications would be the best choices to move forward, and how do we make sure that we build the capacity within the state, unlock that capacity, so that we're teaching ourselves to fish rather than just buying some fish. To use that same metaphor, just like technology, fish after a short amount of time is it's not something you want around. So we want to make sure that we have the ability to utilize this technology. Another example that I'll go into briefly is the power line technology that was mentioned earlier. That's under the energy area. Now this is a kind of a counterexample. This is predominantly at Western Wyoming Community College. And as was mentioned before, they are in a unique position to move quickly on a project. However, there's still collaboration going on, even though this program will be launched this fall at Western Wyoming Community College. First of all, it serves a dire need in the state. We don't have any power line technology programs prior to this. Our energy sector needs these workers, and we need these workers to be grown and developed here in the state of Wyoming. But it also has long-term impacts. There's a representative from the School of Energy at UW who is one of the co-chairs on that and is advising and also learning from this whole process. And there's also someone from Gillette College, which has made us aware that they're very interested in being that next college up to expand that program. So whether or not that is Gillette for sure, we want to make sure that they're really in lockstep with this development so that what is learned, that the facilities, the curriculum can be shared and not necessarily replicated, so that we have that savings. So those are just two kind of counterexamples. One, intrinsically collaborative. The second, a little bit more focused, but still having that impact across the state. And then the other thing I would mention before turning it back to Curtis is that the expenditure rates are also going to be very different. Some projects, like the Power Line Technology Program, a majority of those funds have been either encumbered or spent because they were ready to go with that. The virtual reality one, very little, 0.1% has been spent up to this point, because we really want to make sure we don't spend a dime until we know that it's the right dime and it's going to have the maximum impact. So, as you're looking at those expenditure rates, just keep in mind, respectfully, that these projects vary significantly. No two of the 17 are quite the same.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Just to add on to what Ben's talking about in terms of the collaboration points that are instrumental in some of these projects, these components moving forward, and others where there's a pretty great deal of autonomy for one institution or another in terms of moving forward. I think the digital infrastructure and technology category that you see there is one of those, another keen example of the gambit, where you have the School of Computing, and Dr. Brian Shader earlier mentioned that, and President Seidel as well. That is working very heavily on the programming, the degrees within for data and computing at the university. Yet we still do have points of contact with the community colleges. Whereas with the software development degree, that is a very collaborative program and project, particularly when we're looking at the transferability of those associate's degrees that are generated in the community colleges. President Tribally couldn't stick around this afternoon, but we had a great conversation earlier where the energy between the faculty at the community college and the university trying to figure out how we make this as smooth as possible in terms of transfer from that associate's degree into our bachelor's degree at the university. I think that's a really keen example, again, of what we're doing together on this. And then lastly, or not lastly, but the next one down is the Wyoming Data Hub. And there is a lot happening there on campus when it comes to investments, the fiscal dollars, the fiscal investments, particularly with the instrumentation to the tune of millions of dollars for tools, for instruments that will allow us to better collect, analyze data, not just within the university, but across the state and with industry. It's going to feed well beyond just the university in terms of what it does for our students, our programs, research and data analysis for our state. And lastly, I think it's key to talk about the corporate sponsorships and partnerships that can come about because of those tools we have on our campus that help the state. And then the fintech and blockchain. You're all aware of the leadership role that Wyoming plays here when it comes to fintech, digital assets. Let's make sure we stay at the helm there in terms of leading the way with digital assets and such through our youth, through our programs. So building out programs of study that help not only in our community colleges and university, but also building K-12 curriculum so our students in our high schools and K-12 writ large are exposed early to that particular sector of industry. That touches again with community college, universities, and in this case, K-12. So thank you.
So I appreciate all the information. What are the metrics you're going to be using to update yourselves and ourselves and everybody on the success of the program? And I assume it'll be somewhat incremental, for lack of a better word, but I'm really curious how we'll be informed.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, thank you for that question. Part of the project management approach that we've taken is to establish project charters for each of those projects. Those project charters are based on best practices that the colleges and the university already use when they have a grant or some other project that they're working on. One thing that we highlighted in that project charter is to identify both milestones towards completion and then also what those key performance indicators are for that return on investment. So at this point we use Smart Sheets, that's our project management, we're uploading those milestone progresses so that we know this project is on track towards where it should be. And then once the projects are operational, then we pivot over to tracking those KPIs. And so we have a variety of ways of doing that, and it really does vary by project. So we have the overall WIP outcomes that Mr. Farkas had mentioned earlier, the job creations, the wage growth, things like that. And then on the individual projects, they're going to be specific to those particular pieces.
Thank you. We've got Aaron.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Erin Taylor. and I currently serve as the Executive Director of the Wyoming Association of Community College Trustees. In my role today, I'm going to refer to what you have in your packet, the attachment called WIP alignment. And so I don't have it on a piece of paper, but it's this chart that has the little bubbles and colors on it like that. Can you all see that? And I just wanted to provide a little bit of perspective as to kind of how we got here and what this means and what it can mean for all of you and all of us in this room moving forward. For someone who's on the ground, for someone who is, in the Capitol day in, day out, talking about what the WIP is and trying to answer questions, it really came down to one day having a conversation with one of my presidents who was talking with Director Cooley, referring to how does all of this fit together. And we were actually really talking about Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship, but then all of the questions about the WIP, were also going on. And so it became a real quick conversation running over to Director McKay's office and Ms. Brandt to say, I think we need to do a little bit more work here. We had put together a one-page document that describes what the WIP is, and now that's online. It's on the website, so if you haven't looked that up, you can do that. It is wipwip.yo.gov, and it's a starting point, but what it does is mirror that one-pager that you might have seen during the legislative session. The goal will be obviously to make that a more dynamic document, maybe showing some of the metrics and things like that. So I think that'll be a really good resource. But the folks, when meeting with the governor's office, we really got to work. And through some folks who are really talented at taking what people say and putting it in a really nice illustration, that's how we have this document. And the goal of this is to just give you a little bit of a snippet as to how it does all fit together. I would submit to you that the two most important parts of this document start with the kind of cloud-looking pieces on both the upper and right-hand side, and then come down into the middle. They represent the two different ways that folks are going to access how this all fits together, and that is the individual user, the student, the individual who is seeking some sort of skill. The other side is the folks who are going to utilize, the products of what might come out of this, and that's our businesses and industries across the state. So I think those are the two most important pathways that you see on this. And then what you see in the middle with the Pentagon there is really all of the partners that you've already heard today, this collaboration, not just about higher education, certainly, but those who are helping us in our workforce sectors and our business partners, all of the state agencies that help with this, and then, of course, the business community. And so that's how we're all looking at how it funnels together, then to talk about what we have identified as workforce training programs. And that's where you see all of these things that we talk about in the legislative space, that you talk about, and that are included in the different programmings of our state agencies as well. Now, I'm just going to give a real big caveat that this is in progress. This is where this stands right now. A month ago, it was a lot more rudimentary, and the one that I used during the legislative session was even more so at that time. But it's working. We're getting it there, and we're having input from all of the parties here in this room. We're having input from the state agencies who were involved, and we've had folks from industry look at this as well to say, does this make sense? What do you think of this? And so that's the work that's gone into this. It's been a lot of whiteboard drawings. We've attached some little color coding that you'll see with a key on there to help especially legislators have an idea of from where those funds are coming, to the best that we can do that. And that you'll even see some of those have multiples, with the ultimate goal of having an educated citizenry. And that's where the educational attainment, various areas there are at the bottom. And so when we were talking about this at the Higher Education Attainment Council meeting last week, I can tell you, and this was the last meeting of the Education Attainment Council, it is due to sunset. And I thought I'd just throw in real quick, Mr. Chairman, at the Education Committee meeting yesterday, Dr. Caldwell presented kind of some good news that has come out of that Education Attainment Council. And it's an entire, I mean, it's much more than one page, but it's all of this really neat stuff. So if you have more late night reading opportunities, this would be, I think, worth looking at. And the partnerships that exist within the WIP, I think, are well poised to take on the areas of the work from Higher Education Attainment Council that will continue. And so I think this is worth your while to look at. But it was discussed in that council last week, and we thought, wouldn't it be neat if we could tell a story while this is being drawn out? You see those pencil drawings, that sort of thing. I think that's an idea that we might try and run with to better tell the story of how it all fits together. And so again, it will evolve. The entire process hasn't been without its challenges, but I think we're getting better day by day. And when you do have challenges, you bring other ideas into the mix, and I think that's really helped a lot too. So do we have opportunities moving forward? Absolutely. And I'll identify some of those right now. Developing this website, developing this illustration of how it all fits together, further developing the metrics, accountability, being able to talk about those, and we're well on our way with that. But really educating. And I think what I've learned this week, the community college family had a kind of a brainstorming session on Tuesday, and just talking about where we've been and where we want to be, this kind of stuff. And we even learned that within our own community, trustees, people within the colleges, we might need to do a better job of explaining what this is. And, you know, here's what the Wyoming Innovative Partnership is. I think the more we can actually say the words, it's better than just saying WIP, to be honest with you. So we do emphasize the partnership. And what does that mean to, you know, to my community college, or to my college within the university, or to my business in my community? I think we have more opportunities to work there. Certainly, I hear it all the time within the legislature, your colleagues. Folks don't truly understand what the WIP is, and that's incumbent upon us to do more work on that and educating. And so that's, I know, something that together we are committed to doing that. And then within the business community, I work, and I think we all work very closely with members of industry. I still do hear, though, that they don't also understand what the WIP is. So we're working with them, making sure the right folks are hearing about this, and making sure that they understand how best they can participate. Because like I said, more voices bring more and better ideas. So I think those are opportunities that we still see ahead, and just continued work to make sure we're all singing from the same psalm book. And I think we're getting there. And I think it's been a good and learning opportunity for all of us. So with that, Mr. Chairman, that's what I wanted to share with you. You might see this evolve. Maybe it will look a little bit different next time you see it. Maybe it won't, but I think it'll be a useful tool moving forward.
Mr. Chairman, just real briefly, could you repeat that website?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, it's wip.yo.gov.
Mr. Chairman, and Aaron, correct me if I'm wrong, but do not put the WW in front of that, correct?
Correct. It's HTTPS, so just go straight with WIP. Correct. Thank you for that.
Erica, are you out there?
If you just turn on your mic and begin speaking, the camera will go to you.
Mr. Chairman, I am here.
There you are. Hello, Erica. How are you doing?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Fine. So we've got you down to give us an update on status of rules, applications, and programs having to do with ARP and in particular.
Yes, that's true. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Erica Ligursky. I'm a senior policy advisor for Governor Gordon. Director McKay sends his apologies that he's not able to be here today. Also, I thought that I was going to have a scheduling conflict, so I reached out to Don and Karen, and I want to thank them and also the committee for being willing to be flexible with me. So we're going to backtrack a little bit and go back to the end of Director Hibbert's presentation, which was where I was supposed to kind of fit in before the WIP presentation. You should have in front of you a few items from our office. First is the memo from Director McKay with the subject ARPA update. So there's an American Rescue Plan update memo that he sent you. There was also a table that shows the ARPA programs. And then the third attachment was a Wyoming Innovation Partnership overview. Since you just finished that conversation, I will not be reviewing to that WIP overview page. In the memo that Director McKay sent you, it starts off mentioning the WOLFS process for the ARPA programs. Just a little while ago, Director Hibbert showed you the portal earlier. We are working with his office to implement a process to have those agencies that have received ARPA appropriations to enter their proposals into this portal. The portal will be used to track the workflow for each appropriation and then also its expenditure. This will help with the initial review process as well as the treasurer's reporting requirements. Agencies will enter into the portal. It'll go through a review with the state budget department. Also, CLA had talked about their review process, and that's something that you guys will see once you see that portal. And then we'll also have a legal review of each of the items that are in there that are programmatic and non-programmatic. Right now within the WOLF system, everything that was put into Senate File 66, there is a budget expenditure, the level 120 that maybe some of you guys have heard about. That is currently set up and has been approved. Once each individual program gets set up and approved, the WOLF's 110, which is the the 120 appropriation level, that will be approved. So what has been set up already is the 110. The appropriation level has already been set up by the state budget department, but the 110 level, kind of that agency expenditure level, that will get set up so those agencies can start expending once everything gets moved through the portal. So we're currently working on that, and with the overview that Director Hibbert gave, you guys will be able to see that process through that portal. The other thing that I wanted to show you just really quick that was accompanying the memo is the table. And this table can be found on a website. It's DriveThrive altogether .wyo.gov/ARPA. And that is in the memo that was sent to you guys, so you guys can see that, that link, that website. When you get to the website, there's a link that you can click on that says view the ARPA programs. Dawn, I'm not sure if I can share, but I'd like to maybe try and share my screen so I can show you what that will look like. You should be seeing a sheet that at the top it says program name, total funding allocation. That is what that sheet will take you to. Each agency that has received ARPA funds is responsible for updating their section of this table. So as changes occur and as their status changes with those, you'll be able to see those. So the first one that you guys should be seeing on line 2 is the COVID health response. That was money given to the governor's office. We haven't used any of those funds, so we have that unused portion. The letter from Director McKay references the State Lands and Investment Water and Sewer Project. If you scroll down, you'll be able to see that on line 24, the water and sewer infrastructure, 50 million. Right now, they're in the draft rules process, and it gives the link website to where you can see where those draft rules are. And then there's just a little explanation in the notes as far as what that appropriation was given to them for. The other one that Director McKay referenced was the Health and Human Services Infrastructure Projects, and that can be found on line 15. That was the $5 million for infrastructure projects going through Department of Health. And right now they're drafting program requirements and eligibility. So like I said, each one of those agencies will be able to update that. So you should be able to go to that link and kind of see where they are at any given point in time.
Is there something that will tell us when that was last updated? For example, since every agency is responsible to update their own, some I anticipate some will do it, weekly at least, and others I don't know. So is there something that will let us know if this can be up to date or not, or when the last time was updated by the individual agency?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if we can get that information, but I can check around with ETS, and then maybe Kevin, his group is very good with these tables. It does say up here, last made edit was 7 days ago by Director McKay. So that is not going to be helpful since it's view only. Usually if you're in these Google Docs and you have edit rights or comment rights, you can click on that and see kind of what the status was of who updated those. But we can look and see if maybe there's a way we can get some sort of a timestamp on there for you. I'm not sure if that's possible, but we can check.
Thank you.
So this should have a listing of all of those projects. And then, like I said, it'll list the agency that's responsible and then what their status is. Go ahead and stop sharing that.
Kevin, I think, Kevin, did you have something? Look at that guy move. Smell.
Mr. Chairman, we'll add that to the portal as an item.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, kind of the last section that I go over that was in the memo, it talked about the capital project funds. This is something that Rob Krieger in our office has been working diligently with these agencies. So we submitted the application before year end and received notification of the award in February. The state was awarded a little over $109 million. The next step in the process was to submit a grant plan that includes at least one program plan, and I'll kind of go over that here in a minute. The funds will be made available as each program plan application is approved by Treasury, and then all of the program plans will have to be submitted. We can't submit any program plans later than September 24th of 22. We're a little ahead of the game as we've submitted our plans earlier this week. It's my understanding that only a few states, I've heard 3 states, I'm not sure which states those are. I wasn't able to find the link to see which states those were, but my understanding is only 3 states have applied so far. So we're ahead of the game on that one. As I'd mentioned, the deadline isn't until later in September, but it's also my understanding that this approval process consists of a lot of back and forth between those states who've already applied and then also Treasury. We are certain that the plans we have submitted will not be the final plan. So just wanted to caveat that. We have given you a couple plans and I'll go over that here in a minute, but we are anticipating that back and forth with Treasury. So what we have submitted is the initial plan, and that as of right now is not the final plan. Once we receive that final approval from Treasury, what we're planning on doing is a press release and then announcing when the application processes for each of those programs will be opened. For those listening, if you plan to participate in one of these programs, please don't submit anything to us until you've received notification that we've received a final approval from Treasury. What we have approved, and I sent this, and my apologies, it was late last night. I sent it over to Dawn and Karen. So I'm not sure if Mr. Chairman, if you and the committee have received them yet, but you should have received the application that we had sent to Treasury for the $75 million for the broadband infrastructure projects. This application was filled out by the Wyoming Business Council. You should have also received a grant plan and a program. This is where Treasury has asked us to fill out a grant plan with also a supporting program plan. and that's the 25 million for the multi-purpose facility projects. That funding has been split in half. So it's 12.5 million for the Central Wyoming College project and 12.5 million for the library projects. The state library and Central Wyoming College did fill out these applications that we've submitted. We are in the process, and I'm not 100% sure. I just received notification from Treasury that we had another application that was submitted. And I believe that that's the one that is the 9 million for the digital connectivity tech projects. As of last night, we were still gathering some information, and that was going to be submitted soon. So I'm not 100% sure if that's the one that was just submitted, but I did just get notification on that. As we just submitted these plans yesterday, which again, we had mentioned is kind of months ahead of the deadline. So we can be hopeful to begin these projects sooner than later. But as of right now, the Treasury's in the ball is in Treasury's court. We anticipate some back and forth until we get final approval. Again, just wanted to reiterate that we will be giving notification at that time to interested parties to submit those applications. Setting up those application processes may take some time, so I do know that there is some thought process being put into those and how that will be done. Another part of the process that will have to happen is that each individual project proposal will have to go through Treasury. So once we get those big projects, with the exception of the CWC, we're going to have individual projects submitted to Treasury and approved before any funding can be spent on those. All funds have to be expended by December 31st of 2026. And so in talking with Director McKay and then also Rob, we'll give you guys these periodic updates as to where we are. And then, like you said, we'll have the press releases that we know once we get the final approval on some of these documents. So just wanted to thank you for your time, and I'll stand for any questions.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
could you go back to the 25 million that got split in two part for the Central Wyoming College project? I don't know what that is and where the other half of the money went.
That's that Jackson.
Jackson Outreach Center.
Jackson, the 12.5 is Jackson.
Okay, and what was CWC?
That is CWC.
Well, she said it was split in two.
Right. So half of it went to that, and then the other half goes to library projects.
No library projects. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think that was Jackson. I thought that was the Guru Schwartz Memorial Multiple Use Facility.
Potato. Little legislative humor there, very little, but anyway. Yeah. Any questions, any honest questions for Erica? I think we got it figured out, Erica.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Chairman, it's a little hard to hear, but within those programs that you had received, there's the 3 packets. It'll give you a program summary. It'll also give you a timeline, milestones that they're looking for. So those programs, those packets have pretty good explanations of those programs. But if you do have further follow-up questions, please feel free to reach out to myself or Rob Krieger.
Okay, before you go, Senator, we have another question for you.
Erica, on that grid, the first line is COVID health response, $50 million, governor's office unused. It says discretionary for the governor to respond to the public health emergency. Some folks have focused on that and thought the governor has pretty wide latitude on that. My understanding, it was if we have another wave of COVID, that's what the money is for. What's your understanding of what the $50 million is for?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, you're right. My understanding of that 50 million was that it was pretty limited to if we had an insurge of cases, if we had to buy PPE, testing supplies. That was what my understanding of that 50 million was. It was pretty limited, I thought.
Mr. Chairman, I might suggest, Erica, that you make note of that in this grid, because people see that there's some people out there thinking the governor can just write a check for up to $50 million when they see the word discretion. And I think we'd better let folks know that it's limited to another genuine COVID surge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator, thank you for that. I will take that back to them and have them update that.
All right, thank you. Anything else for Erica? Thank you, Erica. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, guys.
Are you bored, Erica, with all this stuff?
No, it's always fun. to listen. So you guys have a long night ahead of you, I'm sure. So I'll be short. Thank you guys for being flexible with me, though. I'm glad I didn't have a conflict, but I appreciate the flexibility.
All right, thank you. Let's just take a quick pause. And is there any public comment on any of this? Any public comment on any of this? Is there anybody in a waiting room for public comment? All right, so we're gonna skip school. Yeah, we outweighed everybody that. So I guess we're now to state loan, and we're gonna jump to state loan and programs. So Elizabeth?
Is it 2 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
Don?
It's almost.
Mr. Chairman, recognizing you have the loan topic as well as the ETS topic, would you still, are you still interested in the tour, or should we communicate with the individual?
I don't think so.
I don't think we're gonna be able to do it today.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Elizabeth.
given the time, I'm just going to give a 2-second overview from here. So Elizabeth Martineau with the Legislative Service Office Budget Fiscal Division. In your packet, you have a very short memo of about 15 loan programs. What we wanted to do, given the number of agencies involved and the number of programs and the research that we conducted, we wanted to give you kind of a one-stop shop or a catalog of information. We really could go into details. Some of these applications are 50 pages long, and there are so many chapters of rules and statutes and session laws. But the idea was to give you something that you could have your hands on, so that if you wanted to know who was in charge of what program, you had that all in one spot. So there is a lot of nuance that was lost in that kind of consolidation and translation of these programs. I did work with each of the agencies to make sure that I captured as much as I could, as accurately as I could, and given the space. It's 7 pages for quite a bit more than 7 pages. What we've done is gone ahead and given you just real basic information on each of the programs. So page 2 of the memo kind of gives you just a good idea of kind of what's in here. Just statutory authorization, the year it was created, the primary administering agency, so who I contacted to get the information, who could and was able to provide me with the correct information. Any outstanding balances, if there are any allowable commitments, if there is a statutory cap or something in rules. The applicable fund, so is it appropriated funds? Is it a specific, established fund like MRG like Clean Water? Interest rate, if there's a specific one, and then loan terms, and then an ever so brief kind of one paragraph on what is the essence of this program and the website if possible. So as I noted, a lot of nuance was lost. For example, with the water projects in particular, statute gives the commission the ability to go ahead and set interest rates at lower than 4% if they feel that is something they should do, or because there's a public interest. And you'll notice that we just say at least 4% in this document. Again, I am not the expert on these programs. These are definitely very complex programs, and so I defer to the agency in regards to if you have specific questions. Happy to do any research you need to help get those questions answered. I know today I see the Water Development Office, the Business Council, and the State Treasurer's Office here to provide some answers to some of these specific programs. I do know that OSLI is not here today because they are at the SLIB meeting. Again, just really quick to give you guys an idea of what is in this memorandum. If you have any questions, I'm happy to address those, but I'd like to defer as much time as possible to the agencies.
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. All right, we'll jump right in. I think let's just take them, let's go in order, Matt.
So Elizabeth, the good news is that you are much more understandable in this room as opposed to the House or the Joint Appropriations Committee meeting.
Welcome.
Chairman, members of the committee, Matt Syko with the State Treasurer's Office. Treasurer Meyer wished he could be here today to discuss PPIs with you, but as was noted, SLIB was today. So, well, I don't have a lot of specifics regarding the different programs within the PPI umbrella because much of what the Treasurer's Office do really just kind of makes the payments and tracks the money. I did want to mention a couple big picture things, and I'm sure the people testifying after me might have more specifics on the programs they administer. First off, I did provide a one-pager which comes from our Treasurer's annual report that we updated through March 31st of 2022. I think really that document just provides you a high-level view of the allotments for those different programs and what the kind of usage rate of those programs are. I will note that since that March 31st time, one new program that the office does administer has been completed, which is the transition to the monthly ad valorem taxation for minerals. You guys will remember that as part of that Senate File 60 bill from 2021, there was money appropriated for loans to counties to help with, their cash flow needs. There was an additional $3 million you appropriated this year as part of the cleanup legislation. So that meant there was a total allotment of $19,726,000 for potential loans to counties. Of that, we loaned out $4,602,679 to 6 counties, which were Carbon, Converse, Fremont, Lincoln, Natrona, and Uinta. The other counties all declined to take the loans. So on that sheet I provided you, that's in that. So that was money out of the LSRA, and that's a 0% loan for 13 years. So the couple points I think Treasurer Meyer has thought about and was thinking about with PPIs is the amount that is statutorily allotted. In total, you'll see there's around $1 billion, while there's only about $182 million that's in outstanding investments. That's including that loans to the SF60 ad valorem gets it up to about 182 million. This is about a 19% usage rate on those programs. And you'll see a couple of those programs have very large allotments, such as the capital infrastructure loans and the farm loans, which are 400 million and 275 million respectively. The total loaned out is 6.7 million and 17.1 respectively, for a usage rate of 1.7% and 6.25%. So, but the capital infrastructure loans are relatively new, and that usage has gone up from about 900,000 last year to 6.6 million this year. So there is an opportunity cost of these loans, which I'll generally lump into a below market rate loans, which is about 182 million in loans, as I mentioned. While these are good for the entities receiving the loans, it does come at a cost to the investment side, to the funds that are lending out this money. Generally speaking, many of these loan programs are between 0 and 2%, especially some of these newer programs. The PMTF 10-year average return is around 5.5% and did make 23% last year. Of course, Patrick Fleming would note that past performance is not an indication of future performance. So, but at that, yes. At 182 million invested, that opportunity cost probably isn't as large as it would be at $1 billion. So at 2% for that, a 2% return on the loans for the 182 million versus the 5.5% return, that's about $6.5 million a year. But if we had $1 billion invested at, say, getting 2% return versus a 5.5% return, that's $35 to $40 million per year. So
and Matt, on the two big allotments that we've got, which are capital infrastructure and farm loans, it's 675 million, of which, like you said, there's out of all that, looks like there's less than 20 and 23, less than 25 million is actually loaned.
mm-hmm.
Does, with the 400, that's there's 650, doing some back of the envelope math, $650 million allocated to those. However, there's no applications, no demand. But the fact that there is that potential, does that cause the Treasurer's Office to invest portions of, and I think these both come out of the PMTF, that cause the Treasurer to invest any portion of that $650 million differently because we have those authorizations available?
Good question, Mr. Chairman, and that's perfect because the next point is basically that. While it's not strictly, it's part of the basically cash flow discussion. So the big picture for the treasurer's office is we have to be cognizant of the liquidity of, you know, the money we're investing in that portfolio. I don't see a run, you know, of $1 billion coming anytime soon, enough, if ever, but the office must consider public purpose investments and money coming out so that we have the liquidity to ensure that we have the cash flow for that. And I will say that, you know, it's only part of the cash flow considerations that we factor in when looking at cash and making, you know, payments. But we are cognizant of how much money, you know, is going to PPIs and potentially could. So if that potential allotment was reduced, you know, some of those programs, if we wanted to right size, you know, for lack of a better term, some of these programs, that would potentially reduce that big picture, how many, you know, was it 650 million? That would allow us, you know, maybe to look at some of our more illiquid investments and long-term investments and still maintain, you know, the cash needs that we have.
Well, just to follow up on that, Mr. Co-Chair, I mean, that there's 650 million there, there's probably another 150 million down below. If we add all that in, we're at 800 million. And if we move to this one fund concept and it's into one fund, I mean, how could we not make more money? I mean, it's, to me, the proof is in the pudding.
Mr. Chairman, I would, yeah, agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, there is a benefit to the entities that are receiving these funds, which are often, you know, other governmental agencies. So
Right.
I guess maybe that's a consideration, but the usage, you know, I think is an important aspect as well.
Important aspect, and then, like you said, there's an opportunity cost that, you know, somebody bears, and it's either the fund, which is the taxpayers of Wyoming, or it's the benefiting agency bears the benefit of that, and everybody else bears the cost of that. So, we know that going in. So anyway, thank you for that. Any other questions for Matt? Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this may be to you and Chairman Nicholas, but you have, the State Treasurer's Office has that drainage district bond program that's in Elizabeth's handout. And I would just, this could be a real game changer for the state, but there's this $24,000 loan that's out there for 80 years that maybe we could get taken care of and clean up. And it's deemed uncollectible. It was for a drainage district up in the Bighorn Basin, and you guys have to report on it every year. Maybe we could do that in our supplemental budget. And then could we maybe consider eliminating that program and get it out of your hair, as that hasn't been used in over 50 years?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sure that would be acceptable to the Treasurer's Office.
So if we could maybe just make note of that, Mr. Chairman, and as we get further down the road.
Okay.
There may be one other here that we could do when we get to community
Mr.
colleges.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Mr. Vice President.
I was looking at those, like with Representative Larson, it looks to me like there's two of those programs. We just need to run a repealer on them and get rid of them.
Yeah, that and the community college one, right? No, it's a community college bond one, hasn't been used since the 70s.
So just to follow up on this, so Don, I think what we need to know, take the farm loan and the capital infrastructure loans, combined 675. How much of that realistically is needed or will be used in the future? And how, and if we continue those programs, how much money needs to be in there? I mean, if you take the 850 million that is not being used, and you times at 5%, that's 42 million a year. That's 84 million a biennium of additional dollars we would have for operations or for savings or for some component of it. And so I think that's the exercise that this committee and CapFin are both kind of directing towards. So understanding these larger programs and the larger, easier hanging fruit that we can modify to maximize our return on these dollars. Does that make sense, Mr. Co-Chair?
Sure, I mean, yeah, the only thing I would add is that, the opportunity, it's not the full opportunity cost, because the treasurer's not doing something different with all of it, but it's a factor that goes in, it's a factor that the treasurer has to take, and has to make some estimation of how much is gonna be used, and therefore has to invest at least that portion differently. And so, in doing that, I mean, that's the reason we're looking at this thing is, what is it, where are we at with these things? What are they doing? What is the likelihood they'll be used? What's the right number for that? Recognizing if whatever we do, if it's not a good idea, somebody who'd be affected by it should step forward and correct us. But we ought to at least have that discussion and make those assessments and get that ball rolling.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Vice President.
Along those lines, and I would agree with that, but when I look at some of the programs and then getting back to the lost opportunity cost because of the investment potential, and I'll use the capital construction loan program. Outstanding balance, 6.6 million, allowable commitment, 400 million. The utilization rate should tell us one thing. The other thing I'm often reminded with is even if we have a constituency base, and so say that 6.6 needs to go to 8 or 9, we could make those adjustments on an annual basis back through the legislative process and not put that anticipated perpetual drag on the investment.
Well, and
So
it would,
even if we've got those constituency groups, we have the ability to move that up or down as needed.
you could do that, and there's other opportunities too. You could bring these things off and you could bond them. You could arbitrage in the bonds, and you could probably do just fine with those. So there's multiple opportunities to deal with these things, and you could do that, and then annually you could go out and package those, or depending on what they were, you could package those from time to time into bonds and have them and do the arbitrage that way. So, and I've had some discussion with the treasurer about that, and he's not opposed to that idea. The governor wasn't opposed to it when he was the treasurer. And Kurt, the current treasurer, it doesn't seem to be either. Just need to, concept anyway. So you're exactly right. Okay. Anything else for Mr. Sackett? Thank you, Matt. It's good to see you.
Thank you, committee.
Good afternoon. Almost evening.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, for a little while longer. Glad to have you. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Jason Mead, Interim Director of the Water Development Office. And with me today, I have our fiscal manager from the Water Development Office. I wasn't quite sure what you wanted to hear from us, so I'll just give you a really short overview. As you probably are all familiar with Water Development Program, we work with sponsors to fund the planning, design, and construction of water infrastructure throughout the state. Sponsors range from cities and towns to water districts to other special districts like irrigation districts, water conservancy districts, so on and so forth, even tribes. As you know, we have 3 different programs or accounts. Account 1 is our new development program. That's projects such as storage, potable storage tanks, transmission lines, small dams, things that develop unappropriated or unused water for the state of Wyoming. Our account 2 is our rehabilitation program. As the name implies, it's rehabilitation of projects that are 15 years and older. So we're talking, again, some of those same types of projects that are just outdated at this point. So transmission lines, irrigation diversions, other types of projects that will decrease operation and maintenance or increase the good use of the state's water. And then we also have the dam and reservoir program, or account 3. And that's for larger reservoirs of 2,000 acre feet or larger, or enlargements of existing reservoirs of 1,000 acre feet or more. We're a grant loan program, Our criteria sets our grant loans at 67%, 33%, 67% grant, 33% loan, or 33% match. You're not required to take a loan on a project. The dam and reservoir program is slightly different. We can go all the way up to 100% grant, but not to exceed the public benefit of that particular project because they all are multi-purpose and provide quite a bit of public benefit. The grant, or I should say the loan terms, and really are set by statute, and that's statute 41-2-121. A couple of things I would point out there that it states our loans can't exceed 50 years. So typically we range from anywhere from 20 to 50 years. And then also that the interest on a loan should provide a reasonable rate of return to the state, but shall not be less than 4%, except when the commission recommends a lower interest rate because of public benefit. So for the past quite a few years, it's been at 4%, but there is some flexibility for the commission to either increase or decrease that based on the project. At this point, I direct you towards the handouts that we provided. We should have about a 4-page handout. The first,
That's those charts?
yes,
Right.
yep,
Okay.
they've kind of blue and light blue charts.
Blue for
So,
water.
yeah, exactly. So, Mr. Chairman, I just kind of covered the summary sheet real quick. So again, our new development program, we have 27 active loans. The sheet behind that actually shows the different loans that are active. The average size of the loans are around $1 million. The average length of the term is 30 years, but again, it ranges from 20 to 50. And then that most common interest rate is 4%. The Account 2 Rehab program, we've got 39 active loans. Roughly average size closer to 500,000. Again, average length of term is around 30 years, but it ranges depending on the project. And then our dam and reservoir program, we currently have 2 project agreements. We haven't actually received any payments on those loans. We're still trying to get those under construction, but and those loans average roughly a little less than 2 million. And those are longer term loans, 50 years, just because of the size of the loan and the ability to pay. So, and those are also 4%.
Go ahead, Representative Simpson.
So
Representative
Representative,
Representative Schwartz.
yeah, thank you. So Representative Stith and I were focused on one particular dam reservoir, which is Graybull Valley. So it's a 1993 50-year, and it's fundamentally not been paid off. So we're just trying to figure out, was the construction delayed? It's the third one on the list you gave us.
Mr. Chairman, that one was built back in the late 90s, if I remember correctly, before my time at Water Development. I don't recall when it was finished, but they may have, there is the ability to defer the loan payments to start 5 years after the project starts accruing benefits, and that allows the sponsor to kind of build up a sinking fund for operation and maintenance. That could be a portion of that, and a portion of that could just be, oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry to interrupt, Jason. Yeah, looking at the notes on that particular project, there was a 6-year deferral. Excuse me. So that was part of the timeline.
Follow up? So when was the project completed?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I don't have the completion, the substantial completion date in front of me here, but we could definitely get that for you.
Mr. Chairman, I believe it was approximately 1998, if my memory serves me right. So that would have been early 2000, 2004. And I'm guessing that a lot of that has gone to interest at this point, so the balance is fairly high still until you get further along into the 50-year term.
Yeah, I mean, I understand it leaps out on the page. Because then if you go down, there's now I can't find it. There's another one, Graybull Valley Hydroelectric. I assume that's associated, which is in a similar repayment. And I mostly just want, to understand it.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I stand corrected on the Grable. The GBID, Roach Gulch is the other term for that reservoir, was completed in 2010. That doesn't seem right to me, but I don't, yeah. They do take time, yes.
Go ahead, Representative Larson.
So on that Riverton water supply that was finished in 2009, is that, there hasn't been anything paid on that yet? Is that correct? Is there a deferral or?
Mr. Chairman, I had some of the same questions when we put this together. And I know a lot of times when we get into municipal type projects that easements are extremely difficult to get. So again, I don't have the particulars for this project, but my guess is that might be an easement issue where it has taken a long time to get to construction.
So I'm thanking Mr. Chairman, if I may. So is that the loan balance? Is that so none of it has been expended? Is that what that's saying?
No, Mr. Chair. That particular project just closed within the last fiscal year. So they're just now going to begin loan repayment. Their first statement will go out within this year.
I see. Thank you.
A couple things from our conversation so far. One is, so you loan the money out as the project is being done, constructed, I'm assuming. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Perkins, I guess, Mr. Chairman.
It's the same, it works.
Yeah,
Either
same.
one works.
So the money is, as design is completed, as construction is completed, the sponsors put in invoices to the office through their engineer. We pay those invoices. Once the project is complete or meets its purpose, that's when the loan payment would start. And it's actually from the following December of when that benefits accrue, 1 year from that date is when the actual loan payment begins.
Right, got that. And so then, and during the construction period, interest is not charged. No interest is charged until the construction is at least certificate of completion or substantial completion, something's notified.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Right?
Yep.
And then, okay, so there's no capitalized interest. It's just, all right, got it. So I need to, looking down here, other than that, that one looked like it was maybe potentially the only, are there any non-performing loans that look like at least you had that general statement as a footnote on the summary? So as far as in your experience, there are no loans that have defaulted or in which defaults are anticipated. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Okay. And one final question before I let you go and turn it over to these guys. And then the statutory rate is 4% unless y'all decide to start to charge a lower interest rate. And what is the interest rate that you're doing on projects now? Is it 4% or is it a lower number?
Mr. Chairman, it's 4%. It's been 4% since I started at Water Development in 2006, and I don't recall any that went lower than 4%.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, we'll go here and then down here.
Along that line, Jason, because not everybody takes the loan out, and particularly municipal projects that may be eligible for SRF or RUS funds. So so a lot of times what happens is they'll take the 67% loan, and because Water Development's interest rate is 4%, if you look on here, SRF or Clean Water Drinking Fund is 1 to 2, they'll go over to SLIB and get the loan portion of that from another program. And in some cases, they're federal programs. But do you track how many projects we have that took out the grant, but they went and got the loan someplace else?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that we have a spreadsheet that has that specifically on it, but we have that information. We just have to kind of tease it out. I would say probably since 2012, it's been more of a policy to encourage sponsors to go, municipal sponsors that are eligible for the drinking water SRF program, to get their loans from SRF. So since then, really, the majority of those types of projects have been grant only, and then they get their matching funds from another source, or in the larger municipalities, it tends to, come from their own funds. They don't need a loan.
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, the reason that I think the office has encouraged him to do that is 50% of those funds, is my recollection, of SRF are federal dollars and they're not state money. Is there some percentage of that is federal monies?
Mr. Chairman, it's 80%. Yeah.
80% federal, 20% state, so.
And if I could, so thinking along those lines, account one in a biennium, well, I'll just say in a given year, our severance tax portion would be about 19 million. And if we gave that out as grant loan, you'd get roughly $19 million of projects on the ground. If you just give it out as grant and then try to stretch that by matching drinking water SRF, you're closer to probably 28 million because you're using all that 19.3 for grant. So you can get more projects on the ground by utilizing that federal funding.
We're gonna go down to Representative Schwartz and I'll come back to you.
So I'm still,
Wait a second,
I'm still,
gonna let, there's just a clarification
I will,
question.
I will actually yield to Representative
Thank
Larson.
you.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Jason, so then do they use the water development money as a 20% match for the SRF, or is that how that works?
Mr. Chairman, the way the capitalization grants work for the drinking water SRF program, the 20% match to the EPA's 80% of the funding, 10% of that comes from Water Development Account 1. And with this, there's a House Bill 107 here, just this last legislative session, hopefully that'll change and it'll not come out of Water Development Account 1 as much, so, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Schwartz.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So where I'm coming from, I kind of get to the question, but I feel like we're losing investment returns on the money, in this case, Water One, because I'm assuming that loan money was transferred to Grable and then they held it for so you're holding it still until the project is ready to commence? Because otherwise there's a problem for me.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, that is correct. We hold it until the project starts, and we only pay it out in monthly installments when we get invoices from the sponsor for work that's been completed.
They're just like the bank, man. When you go to build their house, you got to bring in your progress payment and they got to sign off on it and get their money. All right. Okay. Representative Walter, you have anything? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. And just as a reminder, most of this money came out of under the cap.
Yeah, the 155 million.
And then this is, now it's just revolving. Everything comes in here for the most part. Once repaid, it just revolves and is relended. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, that goes back to the account, all account one or the account that it came out of? Yeah. Yeah. So the loan payments come back into the account 1, 2, or 3, depending on which one it came out of.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so next we've got, I think is it OSLI or? No, it's BRC. All right. And your chart is blue too.
Great minds think alike. Good evening, Appropriations Committee. I'm Josh Keefe, the Economic Development Finance Manager for the Wyoming Business Council. If you want to think of it as kind of the banker on staff, and alongside me is Ron Goldberg, the Strategic Partnerships Communications Director. I will go down kind of the same route here. We really have one program that is available for communities to do loans specifically. And this comes out of the Business Ready Community Fund that I'm sure all of you know and are very familiar with. You'll notice perhaps at the summary box at the bottom, to date, there have been 23 BRC loans totaling about 28.9 million. It's an average size of 1.25 million per deal. Most of these are used for revenue generating projects. So if you look down the list, I broke it into 3 sections for you. Very top box are BRC loans that have been approved or obligated, but maybe are in construction or have yet to begin construction. I also included the interest rate for each deal, and you can see the average yield for that specific category as well as the weighted average. The next section are completed BRC loan projects that have begun loan payments. Each one's a little different, again, I think because every deal we see, there's lots of nuance, there's lots of structuring, trying to find a happy ground between typically not only what the state would like to see in forms of a return, but also the community and the business typically is who's involved. And then the final box at the bottom there, paid off BRC loans, and you can see who the borrower was, what the project was, and the interest rate associated with that. As our colleagues just said, the BRC program also, knock on wood, has not had a default or any issues with any community loans to date. There is one thing that I'd like to say is that I think, we saw an uptick, and if you look at the funding dates for these, you'll notice that I think, gosh, the oldest one is maybe 2009 on a paid off loan, but the majority of these started in the mid 2010s. And I think, call it correlation or call it causation, whichever one you would like. As funding for this program went down, the number of loans we saw went up. And so I think that it was not necessarily that, obviously people like the grant fund, but I think you also saw that we were trying to perhaps be a little more proactive in pushing loans and trying to get communities being willing to do that. Now with that sometimes comes some struggles that we have. Sometimes legal counsel for certain municipalities will say, we don't want to do a loan because we don't want to cause a future administration to have debt service on that loan. And so some communities will say, we're not interested in a loan. Other ones you obviously see on the list do not have a problem with that. So, but I think the statute reads in this program, just so you know, in regards to the interest rate, it says no or low. And so, like I said, every deal is structured a little differently. No loans go out more than 30 years. Obviously, we like to be paid off before that. But again, as those projects come in, they're priced differently according to risk, strength of the business, capacity, all of those things. So with that, I'm happy to answer some questions.
Okay, go ahead, Representative Larson.
Thank you. Could you remind me on the payback, is the interest, is that not split? Half comes to the state and half goes to the sponsor, or how does that work?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, so specific to the BRC loans, all of that comes back to the fund and to the state.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at that. I'm looking at the interest rates that charts on there, and I guess it says your statutory says low or no. But what criteria then did you apply? Because it ranges from, in the last 3 years, from 0.5 to 3.5, which 3.5 was probably way above the market in a zero interest environment, But what is the criteria then the business council used to make a determination? What's no and what's low and who pays what?
Chairman, Senator Hicks, that's a good question. And we typically leave it really up to the community to determine that. You'll notice, and I'm not trying to pick on Sheridan County really set the bar high. As those projects were coming in and they were asking for BRC loans, most of those rates were set by CETA. And then we would work with them and make sure that that was fine. I would do stress test analysis, trying to make sure that they could indeed service the debt. So you'll notice obviously the Kennan one there, the second line down, says 3.5. But if you look, gosh, I think the one that I was directly involved with was the Camplex in the next one in Campbell County. And so with that, you'll notice one is to a private business, which I think folks typically try to charge a higher interest rate. Obviously, the grant did not go to the private business, but went through CETA, but a private business was involved. And then the Camplex is a public entity. And so the idea was trying to make that more affordable and attract future events. So it's not determined by the business council. It is determined by the local municipality or the local sponsor of that. And sometimes we do go back and forth a little bit, because some will propose something and I'll say, you know, so-and-so did this, that the board and SLIB approved, and maybe you should consider matching or being fairly close to that, so.
So it just depends on, Mr. Chairman, if I may paraphrase, who's a better negotiator?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, I'll be honest, most of the time they look to me to tell them what to do. And so I try, that's a whole different situation. So I think most of the time they do look to the business council for guidance, and that's kind of my approach, is I say, this is a similar project to this one. It might behoove you to try and match that to give it the greatest chance of being approved, not only at the business council board level, but at the SLIB level as well.
Mr. Chairman, just so I understand, in layman's terms for me, when you talked about that variable from that 0.5 for FE Warren to 3.5 for shared and economic, that was a risk analysis associated with the likelihood of repayment or what?
Chairman and Senator Hicks, that's one of the many factors that go into structuring these deals. So it's not all pure risk. It's also economic impact to the county. It's, I don't want to bore you with going into the weeds of every BRC application gets reviewed on 54 different evaluation sets, so.
Okay, anything else? Anything else for our friends at the Business Council? All right. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Don.
Before leaving this topic, we'd benefit from a little bit of clarity. There was discussion by the committee of repealing two programs, the Drainage District and the Community College bonds. Would you like a draft bill for your next meeting, or was that just a concept?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I would recommend we just get a draft bill started and add and subtract and build on that as we go. I think it gives staff a little lead time to start working on that.
Okay, I don't.
Do we need a motion to do that?
No, we don't need a motion to do that. We'll just start getting that going.
Repeat what the bill's gonna do.
What's that?
What is the bill gonna do?
We're gonna start looking at these various things for statutory changes and where to think they're appropriate. You know, I think the only ones we've had so far are the ones we've talked about in the treasurer's office. The only ones that we brought up so far that would be on that list from our discussions thus far today.
Well, yeah, I don't remember those on the treasurer's list, but there's two of those we were looking at repealers.
Yeah, looking at a repealer, and we were looking at maybe reducing the.
Yeah, that down to what the current obligation.
Move that down on some of the carve-outs that we've got in the PMTF on the limits. Is there anything else that we?
I would suggest a repealer too on the community college bond program. Just to hear from them as changes.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. So next is OSLI.
Mr. Chairman, no, they did submit a handout, but they are not able to appear today because of the SLIB meeting. They can appear at the next meeting.
So, and we do that, I think, is that everybody? That's everybody then. Okay. Is there any public comment on this portion? Is there any public comment on this portion? Anybody in the waiting room? You want to come back up, Mr. Goldberg? Oh, okay. I forgot, he's on his way out the door, I don't blame him. All right, we'll close off public comment and move on. Let's go to ETS. That's next. I'll tell you what, we're gonna take a 5-minute stretch, all right? Because literally, so we'll be back at 5:45. This one really be 5 minutes.
This one. So I just want to remind you of something. I got like 2. So I'm not running the meeting, you know what I'm saying?
You didn't say AM or PM.
So. Why didn't I get a hotel room for tonight? I could have put it home. Yeah, I'm really glad I got a hotel room. You going home tonight? Yeah, I'm just worried I'm gonna have dinner. I'm sure some people will. Yeah. Hugh wasn't expecting me. Oh, yeah, there's no good shit. I don't have the board. I know, but it's.
I guess.
Yeah, correct.
Well, anyway, thanks for your patience. You walked in at about 10 o'clock this morning, I think, and you've been here ever since. God bless you. So, and thanks for the work you do, and we're sorry to be running you so late. But why don't we go ahead and turn that over to you and tell us what you've helped, go ahead and do that. And then I think we are going to go into executive session for a few minutes to talk about a few confidential things on state cybersecurity. So other than that, let's go ahead with stuff for the open meetings for now. You got to be green, then you're good. There you go. Good to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Bill Vida. I serve as the Chief Information Officer and the Director for the Department of Enterprise Technology Services. I've asked to join me today here at the dais Mr. Tim Sheehan, who's formerly the Interim Chief Information Officer, currently the Deputy Chief Information Officer and Deputy Director of Enterprise Technology Services. And I have with us also Ms. Kayla Woods, who's our Director of Communications and Government Affairs, and Mr. Donovan Alonso, who's our Chief of Staff in the department.
Okay, great.
And I'd like to start, I know it's been a long day, and I wanted to give you a sense of what life has been like for me in the 94 days that I've been in service as the Chief Information Officer of the state.
So it's only been 94 days. I thought it was. Seems longer, huh?
Yeah, I was going to say 4 months, but 94 days sounds a little bit more impressive. But we've been very busy, and I'd like to thank the committee for making the time for us today to share all the things that have been going on and to give us an opportunity to share where we'd like to go. Within those last 94 days, we've spent a lot of time trying to make sure that we understand the organization and that it aligns with the expectations of all the stakeholders. And so we've spent over 2,600 miles traveling around the state to review a number of different areas where ETS provides support. Some of those include a visit to the Wyoming Life Resource Center in Lander, the Casper State Office Building here, this might be a multiple one, the Skilled Nursing Facility in Buffalo, the Wyoming Girls School in Sheridan, the Rockwell Building in Sheridan, the Torrington Correctional Facility in Torrington, Rollins Penitentiary in Rollins, Law Enforcement Academy in Douglas, the Wyoming Boys School in Worland, and the Probation and Parole Office in Gillette. And these are two firsts, of course, for me because I get an opportunity to see all the good work that our folks are doing on the ground, as well as to get an opportunity to get a little bit more insight into the missions that we're supporting for stakeholders across the enterprise. We've, of course, had ongoing meetings where I've been able to meet and initiate discussions with all of the different directors within the cabinet, and in some cases even start making some earnest headway on some of the joint projects that I know are of interest to the Joint Appropriations Committee and to the departments themselves. We've worked on reestablishing our relationships with our external communications partners and data exchangers. We've spent a fair amount of time working with the National Association of Technology Directors, the National Association of State CIOs, to help us get an insight into how well we're performing as compared to peers across the nation. And I'm happy to report that at least in one case, we've set a first. As part of the recent NACIO conference in Washington, D.C., Interim Director Tim Sheehan was awarded a National Leadership Award for his service during the period before I came on board. I believe it's the first time any CIO from the state of Wyoming has been so recognized. So,
well, congratulations.
We're also trying to work with bringing more of a national presence to the things that we do. We have relations now with the Center for Government Technology and the Digital States Summit. We're trying to have them host events here in Wyoming. That's good for us because it allows both our peers in government as well as the industry that supports them a chance to come into Wyoming and see what we have to offer. Hopefully, we can convince some of them to stay or at least take more interest in the things that we're doing here. Along with that, we've been ramping up the amount of reporting that we've been accepting. There have been a number of national publications, including State Scoop, Government Technology, Government Executive, Governing, that have expressed interest in what we're trying to do here in Wyoming. And so the good news is that we're getting a lot of interest in what we're doing in Wyoming, and it appears to be in line with or in front of what's going on in a lot of other states around the country. We've been working on making sure that we're meeting obligations that we've made with you. In the case of House Bill 76, we've finalized a contract with a multi-payment processor, and we've been working with agencies and departments to make sure that they're ready to accommodate that. So there's a standard when you use that that's called the Payment Card Industry Digital Security Standard. So when you put your credit card in a machine or when you swipe it anywhere, that you know it's being managed safely. And having that certification in place lowers the fees because it lowers the risk that payment card processors might feel they face in working with us, and also the risk that we might have to insure against if something were improperly handled. And so we've been on top of that. We've been meeting with the Wyoming Association of Municipalities, the Wyoming County Commissioners Association, and we've been meeting with cities, counties, and municipalities to really discuss how we might be able to step in and help with some of the cybersecurity challenges that they're facing. We'll be glad to talk more about that in the executive session, but so far that's been pretty well received, and we've actually been able to respond already to at least one county for an incident that they were struggling with. We've signed a memorandum of understanding with the University of Wyoming, with the School of Business, their ethical leadership program, to start using that as our source for executive leadership development within ETS. And we're signing agreements with community colleges to provide more broad-based workforce development for our line staff, our supervisors, and our managers. One of the things that informs the strategic plan that we'll be discussing in a moment are the views of our employees. We take those very seriously. And so part of the methodology that we use that you'll hear about here in a second was trying to get out and collect the views of all associates within ETS to get a sense of what kind of organization they want to work for, what kind of leaders they want to work for, and what kind of mutual commitments they would like to see us make to each other. And in total, we had 7 of these meetings around the state. We captured over 80 different items and recommendations that they wanted to see built into a creed that we share as part of enterprise technology services. And that's actually been used not only to hold ourselves accountable. We've set up communications where we're able to get feedback on how well we're doing against the commitments that they've asked us to make. But it's also woven itself into some of the objectives and some of the things that you'll hear about with our strategic plan. We're also maintaining that town hall process as a quarterly process. That's something that we believe firmly in to expand our communications. And so we've just kicked off this quarter's session for the summer. We were able to come up here and have a picnic in Casper, so it doesn't have to all be as cut and dried as it might be if we're sitting in an office. But we like to thank the members of the committee who are able to come out and join us for these events. We have many more scheduled, so we'll make sure that we let you know where and when they are, and we'd invite you to participate, because one of the things that we hope to accomplish is that we have maximum transparency, not only into the leadership judgment, but the people who are actually supporting and implementing that. We took our first steps into enterprise governance by initiating the Wyoming Data Governance Council. And we did that specifically to make sure that our efforts are focused on properly implementing and meeting the expectations around Wyoming Statute 921-101, the data management statute. We initiated realignment, and we provided some of that. We provided the document that we used to communicate out the realignment with the rest of the executive branch in the packet today. But it also discusses some of the philosophical basis that's driving how we would like to see ETS evolve. A big part of that is making sure that we're focused on our stakeholders and our customers. We aren't in the business of IT just simply for doing IT. We're actually supporting a lot of vital missions around the state. And making sure that we're aligned properly with the business is a way that we hope to make sure that we can more efficiently use resources and deliver what people are expecting of us. We've also initiated many process improvements from the Barry Dunn study, and I'm hoping you'll pick up on that through the strategic plan discussion. Some of the things that we've worked on, and again, it'll be part of our discussion in executive session, but in today's day and age, to be able to respond with the agility required to defend the state's assets and its data requires a lot of advanced intelligence and a lot of information exchanges. And so we've been working on reinvigorating our access to those products with the Multi-State Information Security Advisory Council, the U.S. Cybersecurity and U.S. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, which is part of DHS, and the FBI. And so a lot of the potential threats that face the state now, we've opened up at least 3 new channels where we're able to get information at the speed of adversary. We've established a focused communications and government affairs role. Ms. Kayla Woods is handling that. And in order to actually just keep things light on occasion, we started off an ETS logo contest with our employees. And so if we're going to achieve all the things that they expect of us, and they want to identify with an organization, we want to make sure that they identify with the brand too, and we've left that open to them to determine. In the next several months, we're planning on keeping these quarterly meetings going, as I shared earlier. We're planning on visiting the following areas in the state facilities. We're going to be in Lander, Du Bois, Jackson, Evanston, Rock Springs, and Laramie. We're going to be going back to the Wyoming Life Resource Center in Lander. We'll be going to the Wyoming Women's Center in Lusk, and we'll be going to the Wyoming State Hospital in Evanston. And so I mention this because even as we've got firsts in the CIO realm, it's my understanding from speaking to a lot of people that a lot of the things we're doing are first off. So getting out, seeing the prisons firsthand, seeing the schools firsthand, seeing these facilities, and really trying to knock around and understand some of the challenges that not only our folks face in supporting those facilities, but some of the ways we could improve the way we support those facilities is best informed with eyes on ourselves. And so we're not just sitting back waiting for people to tell us about things. We're getting out, trying to lead from the front. Mr. Chairman, if you'd like, I could jump directly into the strategic plan discussion.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
Quickly, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator.
We had discussions, I can't remember what the buzz phrase was, but it's negotiated IT, something like that, where instead of just putting out a bid for software like you would for gravel at YDOT, it's a process where you bring the vendors in and you have an iterative process, and that's enabled by statute, as we discussed.
Yes, sir.
But it's just that A&I did not enable it. And where are you in terms of bringing that sort of capacity to negotiate these IT contracts in a more 21st century fashion in-house?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, Senator. We've actually started to apply some of those principles. They're identified partly in the very done, and they're also part of the discussion that we've had with A&I and with other contracting authorities for IT. And the process is, before you go out to an RFP, you actually conduct something that's called an RFI, a request for information. And that allows any interested vendor, and these have been nationally posted, any interested vendor to actually express an interest in discussing this further with the state. And as part of that RFI, there's a process that you can go through then with each vendor, which are open vendor discussions, that you're able to bring in all the respondents and answer any questions that they might have, or contemplate any suggestions that they might have about anticipated RFPs that you'd eventually like to let. And from that process, then you're able to actually get a more efficient outcome, because people who might have been interested in the program, when they have an opportunity to learn more, maybe they stay interested, maybe not. There could be people who are interested in the program but might not have the full capacity to manage all aspects of the program. And so these vendor opportunities, these question and answer periods, allow vendors to come together and decide if they want to team to pursue something or not. And eventually the comments that they give help us understand maybe weaknesses or gaps that we have in language or in things that we're asking for. And it gives us an opportunity to fine tune it before we actually put it out to market. And so it's a collaborative process. We're very mindful. We have controls in place to make sure that these are agnostic bids when they go out, that they're not proprietary in a certain way, that they're not discriminatory in a certain way, that they meet fully what the state's expectations are, and that they clearly enunciate what the requirements are. So it's a different approach maybe than might have been used in the past, but allows us, by the time we want to put an RFP out, to make sure that everybody's had an opportunity to learn as much as they can about the opportunity before we actually go out and try to contract for
Mr.
it.
Chairman. And so I'd sent you information about a national organization and this initiative at a national level across all state governments to negotiate contracts in this way. And they'd had a set of sort of best practices. Does your RFI process align with what the best states are doing under that initiative?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Go ahead. Larson, Representative Larson.
Thank you. Over the past number of years, this committee has wrestled with the IT appropriations of agencies, and we've considered at times maybe like we have a Capcom bill, we've considered doing an IT bill that would just fund the IT needs of the agencies or somehow have a better acknowledgement of your participation in that process. Have you guys given any, and I can't remember if we had this conversation with you on how what you think might be a good approach to that? Do we keep it the way it is and you guys just acknowledge that you participated in each agency's process, or do you think is it a good idea to try and lump these systems and all of this stuff into one bill?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, thank you for asking that question. Could I ask to defer that just for a few minutes, because that's part of my discussion on the strategic plan?
Yes, you sure can. And I apologize.
No, thank you.
I'd rather talk about it twice, but okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Guru has a question. I told him to jump in, but he hasn't yet.
Oh, this is.
Oh, well, I was
just-
trying.
Senator Drew's been gone all day and he came back and he just showing on so he has a record that he was there. He was here. Go ahead, Senator Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. I actually have been there more than you know. I've been trying to absorb some of the conversation that happened earlier today, but I had to go off camera to do it. So, but I'm back and was gone for a while. But I just had a question for the director about GIS systems. And we talked about this in TRW a little bit, so I wanted to kind of get your take on it. Where is ETS with GIS systems governance and all that? And can you help me out with that about where that lays today and what you can tell me about it?
Thank you, Senator. I'd actually like to defer that to our deputy director. In the 94 days I've been here, I've only had actually one chance to attend a meeting, and that was just to introduce myself. So if it pleases, sir, I'd like to defer this one to Tim.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Timothy Sheehan, Deputy CIO. Senator Guru, we have held, over my time as interim, some coordination meetings and have had some discussion with agencies. If it's appropriate, I would like to possibly maybe follow up in a future meeting with a detailed report of what we have worked on.
Zach, did you hear that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and that was kind of what I was hoping for. I just kind of put it on the radar screen to say, just moving forward, what would be a good way to work on that from a governance side? And it seems to be pieces of it are being held everywhere, and it seemed like it's time to kind of maybe start bringing it together, and I think your team's the one to do it. So at least I'd like to put that forward to the committee at some point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Senator Guru, we will work on that, yes.
All right, great,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome, Senator Guru. Go ahead, continue.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to jump right into our discussion then on the strategic plan.
Okay.
Thank you. And I won't read.
When we look at that, it's a strategic plan, and then you had the notice of public comment. Is that the presentation made with public comment, is that the same as the one on the strategic plan?
The strategic plan is out for public comment, and
Right, so, but that's the same strategic plan. There's no difference between the two strategic plans, is there?
correct.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure I'm looking at the right thing.
Yeah, no, and actually, this speaks again to part of how we've approached this. And I'd like to thank the committee for giving us a little extra time to accommodate me coming on board. I know this was due sometime around Christmas originally, and it was extended. We're working very hard to have the final version of the plan to you by July 1st. And the way we've put it together, you've heard what I've said about how I've been spending my time. It's how the team has been spending their time. So we put an initial draft together. We coordinated it internally to make sure that it was something that all of our associates felt they could support. Of course, we worked with the governor's office. We put it out for comment for everybody to collect all of their views. And per statute, the last thing we do is put it out for public comment before we finalize it. And so we're hoping that that process will be done by July 1st. We have the final public comments coming in June 20th, and then we're going to use the time to evaluate those, make sure they're addressed or make corrections if we need to. So I won't go through every slide. I thought it would be.
Thank you. I've heard a long time ago, it's 3 to 4 minutes per slide, and that would be a long time.
Yeah, no. I wanted to really focus. I think you'd probably be more interested on what the reasons are behind the slides.
Yes, please. Thank you.
So the bottom line is we want to provide the best technology support we can to state government and to all the constituents of Wyoming. And we intend to do that philosophically by making sure we're aligned with the business rather than just aligning with our own technology processes. And that's something that came out really clear in Barry Dunn. That's something that came out in the process of trying to figure out what footprint we should have. And I know part of the materials we gave you is the realignment memo that I shared with the cabinet, but I wanted to just call out some of those influences in a shorthand. Of course, we took the governor's interests as our priority. We took all of the staff input. We gave them an opportunity to tell us what kind of an organization they wanted us to be. We looked at Barry Dunn. We looked at past testimony that Interim Director Sheehan had provided. We looked at our capacity to support strategic planning and do it sustainably over time. We knew this was the 10-year anniversary of ETS, and so as a young organization, we appreciate the sustained interest that we've had from all of our oversight and all of our stakeholders in helping us succeed. And I also can't help but impose my own views on things. I've had jobs like this before, and I've had an opportunity to see what I think works well and what doesn't work as well. And I believe that organizations that are focused on their customers typically succeed far more often than organizations that focus exclusively on themselves. And so what we've tried to do is set up an organization where we have accountability and we have empowerment. So we have, instead of multiple people responsible for one issue, we have a lead responsible for each one of the major areas that we support. And so in the structure page, what you see on the left-hand side of the structure are all those kind of functions that we need to actually just run the department or run the core business. So things like keeping the mainframe operational or keeping the networks up and running, providing customer service, looking at all the tickets that are coming in, all the help requests, and make sure we're satisfying those. On the right-hand side of the sheet, what you see are really those statewide functions, those policy type of functions, the ones that have certainly an internal component, but they're really outward facing. So things like the Chief Information Security Officer, the Chief Data Officer, the Chief of the Business Management Office, which is the governance question, Representative Larson, that you were asking, and then our Communications and Government Affairs. And so it allows us to maintain operations and do the things in the dichotomy that OCIO ETS represents. ETS is really kind of those operational functions. OCIO really speaks to that other higher level set of functions, that external facing world. And beyond that, it helps me because I don't have more than 8 people that I have to manage. I've found that if you require a pancake organization to get things done, the type of things that people expect the CIO to actually lead as part of that personal portfolio get to be pretty hard. So from the standpoint of allowing us to focus on internal and external requirements, we've set it up so that we have clear roles, clear accountability, one belly button to push on the main issues that really drive us every day. If we want to know what's going on in operations, we know one place to go. If we want to know what the cybersecurity posture of the state is, we know one place to go. If we need to communicate with anybody, there's one place to go. And that's somewhat different than the way ETS was structured in the past. And it made it, from the feedback I've received, a little bit more complicated for stakeholders to work with us because they had to know how we operated and they had to know the personalities in the organization rather than the positional responsibilities. So hopefully we'll see that efficiency come out over time. On the next page where we get to our strategic themes, and the way we set it up are, we have themes which are the broad tableau of things we want to accomplish. The goals are very clearly lined out, and then the objectives that reach to the goals are what this plan is structured on. And strengthening partnerships, we really thought that was clearly about governance. And from that perspective, as the CIO, you could imagine you want to know certain things, and you certainly want to know them too. How much stuff do we have? How much are we paying for it? Where is all our data? Are we secure or not? The basic questions that anybody in this role might have. And at the enterprise level, that's a little bit more complicated than just that internal focus that I was describing a moment ago. And it actually requires a fair amount of coordination across a cabinet of 80 or so directors, boards, agencies, departments. And so the only way to actually maintain that type of information or that type of awareness in the most efficient way is going to be through some kind of coordinated governance. How do you actually make a decision across 80 different departments and agencies consistently so that you can use that moment to maximize the efficiency of government, maximize the cost efficiency, drive up economies of scale, and those things. And so whether it's enterprise IT investment, enterprise risk management for projects that we might be considering, the data management and all of the attendant protection that we have to make sure we're providing to people's personal information or health information, the agility that we need to defend ourselves in cyberspace, all those things are what we would like to leverage governance to do. And so we've put in the strategic plan that we want to strengthen our existing governance. There's certainly a lot of great work that's going on across agencies and departments, but at ETS, we'd like to strengthen that to make sure that we're providing the kind of oversight that you expect, and that for whatever role, Representative Larson, that we might ask you to take in that process, that we can do it in a way that guarantees transparency for you in the way our judgment is applied, and also gives you the data that you might need to make the judgments that you need to make.
Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll start by saying I really appreciate everything you're telling us. I think it's a huge improvement. I'm really pleased. But I'm looking specifically at this page where on the Barry Dunn recommendation, you mentioned to inform the JAC's process for deciding upon IT components of the budget bill. And I'm kind of a self-centered person, and that's ultimately the thing I care about the most in relationship to ETS. And I've been thinking about it, and I'm just curious to hear how you think you can inform us the best, because the model in my head was kind of like when the NCAA basketball tournament's happening, and they talk about last in, first out. And I kind of think of when you're proposing a project to us, it would be valuable to understand what the last components in, first components out were. I don't know if that's applicable, but anyhow. So how are you going to inform us better?
Well, thank you. And let me take a stab at answering what I know. And let me ask if Deputy Director Sheehan needs to jump in, obliged to let him do that. The basis for enterprise IT governance, as we see it, is it starts out at that project level. And so it's all about time, budget, and deadlines and managing that. Within any individual department or agency, they have a collection of those things. And they have an internal process that they use to actually decide what things are working, what gaps do they need filled, are there factors that are making them accelerate a schedule or declinate a schedule? Do they need to turn off things or abandon them? Do they need to do new things? And that's the first element of portfolio management. And so there are well-established practices in many agencies for doing that we don't want to usurp, but we want to make sure that we integrate with. And when you take all of those collectively across all of the different departments and boards and agencies, that enterprise portfolio management process affords us the opportunity to do things that I've heard the committee say before, where we'd like to see greater economies of scale. There's a lot of diversity in the technology that we aren't entirely confident needs to be there. And my interpretation, at least of the statute as it's written, is if one agency uses it, it might be mission related. So if one agency is using a DNA tester to figure out what kind of species of fish it is, that might not be an enterprise-wide concern. But if two or more agencies use something, and the more and more agencies that use something, the faster that type of capability becomes an enterprise concern. And without governance, to try to get alignment across all of the directors to agree to purchasing certain things, it's very difficult to come back and satisfy the committee that we're having the kind of influence that you'd like us to have. But certainly that Barry Dunn anticipates that we should have. And so we're in the process of figuring out, even within that cabinet level group, the best way that we can implement governance. And so from that perspective, we know a few things that we believe will make us more successful than not. One is we'd like to look at governance as scaffolding and not as walls. And that implies we're building something together as opposed to mandating something. And I think that collaborative approach and transparent collaborative approach will help us build the trust we need to be successful with all of our mission stakeholders. I haven't met a director yet who's very excited about ETS imposing anything on them without talking to them yet. And so I feel pretty comfortable about that one. There's always, you can have too much governance. There are people who advocate for very heavy governance. And there's got to be a balance between compliance with whatever those enterprise decisions are and the mission performance that's expected. And so I wish that the calculus always zeroed out and we could always find enterprise solutions that everybody was happy with and didn't require any kind of mission discussion. But that's been very rare in my experience. And I don't think Wyoming will be much different. I think there'll be opportunities for us to reconcile through that governance process all of the different interests of folks for the greater good. But I don't want it to be so heavy on one side or the other, so heavy on a compliance focus that we're in conflict all the time with folks who are actually trying to get the job done every day and need IT tools to support that. So there's an element of setting up the IT governance process that clearly is going to be a collaborative requirement within the executive branch. And I'll get to the legislative branch here in a second, but it's going to require a different kind of discipline than we've been able to sustain, I think would be a fair way to say it. And I think Barry Dunn called that out. And so in 94 days, I've already figured that out. I haven't solved it yet, but I figured that out. And part of our idea of having one belly button to push, one focus to try to drive getting it done, is why we included that business management office inside this realigned structure. So it's going to be the one that we're looking at as serving as the steward for governance. So whether it's IT investment management, IT risk management, the financial management of the portfolio, the data management, the governance, we're trying to have all of that focused within one comprehensive governance process, which is going to be challenging. But I think if we piecemeal it out, it's going to put us back in a posture where folks have to actually know internally how ETS is organized rather than being able to tell ETS what they want to get done. As far as working between the branches, I'm going to turn it over to Tim here in a second, but in full candor, I haven't really had a lot of time to ideate about it. The way I approach things is I try to look first at the quantitative elements of the challenge and then look at the qualitative elements of the challenge. And so with all these influences I've listed, I looked at the annual budget process that the LSO publishes so that I understand how you work. And then I superimposed the executive branch budget process that drives the governor's recommendations to you. And then I superimposed the Barry Dunn recommended processes in the report. And then I started looking at reconciling those timelines with the real world timelines, if there are conflicts, because the plan has become so circular that it requires people to do planning in the middle of a legislative session, for example. That would create a kind of a point burden in it. And beyond that, contemplating how all of that works, I've started to think about the capacity of all of these organizations to actually support governance. So if you don't want to make it a very heavy-handed thing, but you want to make it agile and you want to make it available and useful for folks as a tool rather than a burden, it requires a certain commitment from leadership, requires a certain capacity to meet, to actually ideate, come up with recommendations, and then pass them on to somebody to realize within ETS. And so there are a lot of things that I honestly don't feel comfortable making a recommendation about now because I don't have a perfectly clear picture to do that yet, but I am thinking about it. But let me ask Deputy Director Sheehan to offer some insights from his time in the chair.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Shorts, I think the really short version of that is taking that governance process that we're trying to build, and that has come out of Barry Dunn in conjunction with the agency summaries that we supplied this past budget session, and then collaboratively working together on how to improve that report. And so I think our governance process will glean some additional information, find the synergies and the efficiencies, and then the information you need as the appropriators and the decision makers, we can use that report to kind of fine tune what you need to show that ETS has been involved in the process. The agencies are getting what they need, and you have the information you need to make the right decision based on the information set.
Well, I don't know.
Well, then I'm just going to, thank you. And it's more of a comment, and I mean, I appreciate all that, I get it. But ultimately, we are not, by and large, on this committee particularly knowledgeable about the details of tech. What we are good at is budgeting. And so what we're going to need is that information that enables us to actually do intelligent budgeting instead of what we did, I think it was 4 years ago, where we just cut the ETS budget by 50% and all their requests because we didn't know enough. And that is not particularly good budgeting. So just for whatever it's worth.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Continue.
Yeah. Thank you very kindly, sir. So alignment we've spoken to. I've used the story with people that ETS is really kind of like the ice machine in a restaurant. It's a big, expensive piece of equipment that you might not have the resources to do if you're a restaurateur. If it breaks, you got to call somebody in to fix it. People certainly don't go to that restaurant because of the kind of ice machine it uses. It's not monetizable. No one gets an ice bill on their check. So it's kind of a necessary evil. And it enables the restaurant that you can't have a restaurant without ice, but it's definitely not something that differentiates your brand particularly. It's really kind of a necessary evil. And so when we talk about organizational alignment, the ice machine shouldn't be telling the chef what the menu needs to be. And the ice machine shouldn't be telling the owner of the restaurant what kind of marketing they need. And so quite the opposite. The ice machine needs to produce the capacity of ice that whatever that business needs, or expects of it that it can do it and do it reliably. And that's really what alignment is. It's flipping the focus from this inward focus that we have occasionally to one that really aligns us with where our customers want to go. We want to do it transparently. We want to do it in a way that inspires trust and confidence in our ability to meet expectations. One of the key foundations of that is communications. And you've heard a little bit about the steps we're taking, not just to connect with all of these different organizations, but to own that communications, to make ourselves available as part of that two-way discussion to get the commitment we need to be successful. On the theme of modernizing digital government, I really didn't want to focus on the functional missions that all of the different department and agencies are focusing. I really wanted to focus more fundamentally. A lot of the state's technology was designed at a point in time that might not meet current constituent expectations. And a good example would be, the growth of these type of capabilities, where in the past, developers might have looked at putting desktop-focused capabilities, expecting people to be sitting at a computer and interacting with it or something like that. And more people are looking at interacting with government the way they interact with everything else. They don't want to have this kind of capability that they use in their life for everything but government and then be trapped into an older paradigm for interacting with government. And so when you look at modernizing the online presence, it really speaks more broadly to how do we start accommodating that contemporary set of expectations? Because it's not as easy as just rewriting a couple lines of code. The way people interact with this is different than the way they interact with desktop workstations. And the expectations they have, the capabilities that are built into something like this far exceed the technology in some cases that we originally used to develop the platform. So I don't think in a modern world you would ever see us come up and say we need to develop a GPS system, for example, because that's inherently part of the platform that we're working with here. And you might need something like that because they might need it. Which office is closest to me? Where should I go? They might want to manage their digital identity. They might want to manage the way they apply for benefits. And we might need to change the way that we verify they're actually the constituents that they say they are. And so a lot of the inherent technologies in the modern tools available to us don't always match the sum total of our portfolio in the state. And so that's what we really meant here. There's also making sure that things are accessible. We can probably be doing a little bit better job on making sure that folks who need adaptive technologies to interact with government are getting the kind of support they need. And so we've initiated that program, and we intend to initiate that program until there's no difference, whatever kind of equipment you need to interact with government, that the support is built in and you're able to do that. From IT investments, our number one goal is to find the most cost-effective, find the most efficient technologies that we can implement across the enterprise. And we're implementing portfolio management, IT investment management, some of these governance tenets that I was speaking to make sure that we can come before you with those budget recommendations so that you can have confidence we've done our homework. And that's our goal there. I think continuous improvement is something that every organization needs to focus on. In the realignment memo, we mentioned that the steps we took in April are phase 1. We anticipate phase 2, phase 3, and beyond because we think continuous improvement will always have to tweak our organization. The fact that we're coming before you now suggesting this new organization after 10 years is part of that basis. What we knew 10 years ago probably matches in part at least what we're facing today, but there have certainly been changes and new expectations placed on the organization. And we want to make sure that we don't have to face massive abruptive changes every time that one of these new things comes along, that we have our teams on a posture that change is constant and that we're constantly looking to improve. We've heard about customer communications. I think I've shared that's one of the key tenets that's going to enable us to build trust, that transparent communications and reporting. Improving services. One of the things that is attendant with this new structure is, I believe, like Walt Whitman once said, that good fences make good neighbors. that if you have clear understandings and expectations placed upon you, you know what you're working for, you can pursue it in a quantitative way. There's less qualitative debate about whether or not you're meeting your goals. And so one of the things that we're doing, working to improve with our agencies, is to make sure that we have a clear understanding of what we're able to do for them, what they expect, and what they demand us to do to improve. So we're going to have memorandums of understanding in place with every cabinet agency. We'll have, along with that, amendments that are specific to their missions. We'll have service level agreements that define exactly either the quality assurance, the capacity, the availability, the timeliness, whatever the expectations might be on our service catalog. And we're going to provide them with dashboards so that they can monitor that transparently. They'll also have an ability through some new customer service structures that we're hoping to chat about too. Mr. Chair, should you give us the opportunity to do so in the future, that are going to ensure that our stakeholder mission partners, those agencies, the departments, have dedicated customer support, that they have people they can turn to when they don't think things are going the way they should, or when they have ideas about new things that they want to do. And those diplomats that kind of facilitate that discussion between those mission organizations and ETS are part of our plans for realignment in phase 2 and beyond. I think the first time we met, I had an opportunity to give you a sense of who I was, and our number one priority actually is our workforce. I want to make sure that we have the capacity to support all the promises that we're making. And in that regard, we've put this structure together where we're focused on getting people who are brand new to ETS the skills they need or the vocational training they need for the kind of equipment they're working with. We're investing in our supervisors and managers because we anticipate they may be sitting in front of you at some point as future leaders of ETS. And we're investing in executive leadership as well to make sure that we're building a culture within ETS that's sustainable over time, where those common cohorts get an opportunity to come together as a team, learn those core values as a team, attain the skills that they need to get the jobs done, and do it in a way that leverages the best that Wyoming has to offer, and that does it in a way where it's sustainable, that those succession plans are strong, people have career paths they can work against, and they can count on getting the skills they need to be successful within the organization. One of the things that you mentioned, sir, earlier is at what phase that you would like to be brought in on these things. And we actually have the same discussion with our stakeholders. I think, and this is a 94-day view, and it's also informed by other experience that I've had. But I think CIOs in general like to be involved early in the process rather than at the end of the process. When you're involved at the end of the process, it kind of sets you up to be the last impediment to success rather than the first partner you might want to call that facilitates success. And so we earn that right. There's only so much that you can gain through imposing some kind of a governance process. But if people fundamentally don't trust you and they don't believe that you're going to be able to support their mission, it's easy to become an afterthought. And so part of what we're trying to earn through this transparency that we're building, whether it's financial transparency, risk transparency, data management, is the opportunity to be at the front of the process. And I know, Mr. Chair, if we have the opportunity to discuss this later, it's a topic that I think would merit more than just a passing discussion about the strategic plan. But we would like to flip the switch a little bit on that. We don't want to be the last impediment to success for directors. We want to be their sounding board and ideally their preferred partner when it comes to discussing what kind of technology, the support they need to be successful. And then on the last page, we have a number of other things that we want to talk about. The process reforms to make sure that the governance processes meet your expectations for budget deliberations. There are a few things that we might like to recommend that could reflect potential options for statutory change. There are things that for continuity purposes and for sustainability. You might not want to leave as a discretionary judgment for somebody sitting in the chair. You might want to see those being maintained as a statutory requirement. We do have some plans to talk about what we think all of this will require over time. Sir, you mentioned the budget cuts from 4 years ago. I didn't live through those. And my view is actually if we're still around and we're still doing what we need to do, that was probably a shrewd thing to do. But it's maybe not how you did it, but where you got to maybe wasn't so bad. But I think given the things that we're facing now and what we'd like to accomplish, there are going to be some areas that we've historically struggled with staffing. And there are some areas that in order to support your expectations, we might need some more folks. And so I think we'd like a chance to chat about that. And then we want to talk specifically about the steps we're taking to improve customer service and really the role that we would like to see our customer advocates take on and how we think that will improve our service delivery. And that's really pretty much what we wanted to talk about.
All right.
Regarding the strategic plan.
It's the beginning, not the end. So go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you. I appreciate your presentation, and I'm sorry that we're all a little droopy-eyed at the end of the day here. And looking at future things and just going through a list of, I think, what we would like to see, or at least that I would like to see when you present to us next. You know, after you're fully got all your feet on the ground and when we're up and running, we want to know what the good and the bad and the ugly is about what our current operations are and how we can do that and how we can improve it. One of the big issues that we as appropriators have is that the current way that the tech industry is holding everybody hostage with their formulaic process where you're paying out, you know, incredibly high fees for things that all have inflationary components to the contracts, and anywhere from $1 million to $5 million ongoing operation costs. And we just need to understand it better and know what the alternatives are. We need to know if you've got sufficient staff and if your staff is qualified to do the work that we're asking them to do. And if they, you know, and what the pay levels are, and if you can't maintain your staff, and once they get qualified, are they leaving? So we can address those issues. We need to have those conversations with you. And if you have insufficient staffing, we need to know about it and explain it to us so we can articulate it, and we can then turn that into reasonable requests to ask for more money if we have to do it and more staffing. But we have to have the ability to articulate those things in a way that we can sell it once you sell it to us. And putting all those things together and kind of just go down through the nuts and bolts of what you need and what we need to operate and make, you know, government efficient and accommodate the needs. We need to know what response times are when agencies call you, so that hopefully you'll maintain that. So that when we hear complaints, we have a response for it, and we can kind of help arbitrage that, but also help you get done what you need to get done. So appreciate your presence and how you're doing it, and we look forward to forward discussions on this stuff.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Thank you very much. I think at this point I think we're ready to go to the executive session. Is that right?
Public comment first.
Oh, public comment on, thank you. Public comment on enterprise technology services presentation or anything else before we'll take anything else we missed on public comment. Anybody in the waiting room? Everybody, it's late enough that we've outweighted anybody who wants to comment on anything. So with that, we'll go ahead and we'll resolve ourselves into executive session, talk about state cybersecurity. And so thanks for your attendance today. Good to see all of you, and see you later.
Mr. Chairman, just so that our members online know, I will be closing this meeting and then reopening it so that they can go ahead and use the exact same link they've used earlier today.
Okay,